Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Yeah. Hope you are doing good. I love this music. I found this one music. I found this music, but it's Explorers of Sky. It's not the one that I'm playing currently. I'm playing something rescue team? Rescue team, I think. But this music is different, but I love this one a lot more. It's such a vibe. I can just like... It's nice. Explorers of Sky is great. Yeah, I'm playing Red Rescue Team. Of course, I am. I don't remember. But yeah, it's great. Is it like similar? Explorers of Sky? Like similar gameplay? Like dungeon crawling, looting, money, Pokemon? I mean, of course it's gonna be Pokemon. But yeah, hi Fluffy, hi Brian. Hope you are doing good. I'm feeling so lazy. I had a heavy breakfast. Oh. Same gameplay but improved? Oh shit. Is it on GBA? Or is it on Nintendo DS? Explorer of Sky. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. It's... Oh, it's Nintendo DS! Ah, crap. I never owned a Nintendo DS before. The DS and Wii U, okay. Oh. I'm not moving at all. What is making it so laggy? What the hell? What's going on? Let me check the task manager. Something is eating a lot of things. CPU is 100%. Constant 100%? Oh, Ultra Leap tracking service is 20%? VC face is 20%? Holy shit, why? Why are they eating so much? I know OBS is gonna eat like 20% because, you know, tournament and shit. But for Ultra Leap tracking to be 23% and VC face to be a constant 24-25%, it's a little bit scary. I guess I could lower down the settings for VC face because my current CPU limit... My current CPU is like constant 100% and I don't like that. It's gonna burn. Alright, let me reopen VC face. It's on my end. 100% Boba Belly. too much Boba Belly. I think lowering this down and barely okay quality but faster. Maybe? Oh. Alright, let me check. Is it better now? Because that was crazy. Okay, 91% CPU. It's slightly better, I would say. Not constant 100% anymore. Man. If it's DS, I'm not so sure how can I access the game. Can I somehow play the game on PC? Is it like a Nintendo DS emulator that I can get? And maybe I can try to get the ROM and like... I don't know where can I buy the game now. I could go eBay, but it's kind of scary. You need to buy like a Nintendo DS cartridge. I don't know how much it's gonna cost because the game is like pretty old. I'll think about it. But for now, we're gonna play a Red Rescue Dungeon. Uses a laptop to soothe her cramps. But no, I need the knowledge. the knowledge of using laptop to soothe the cramp. Anyway, so remember last time when I had like a power outage? Yeah, Nintendo Switch saved it. I didn't touch my Switch. I just leave it at sleep. I don't want to close it. So now we can continue from where we left off. Exactly. So it's like, yeah, the emulator and ROM, so I wouldn't know where to access them. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I'll take a look around and see what can I make of it. After Red Rescue Team, and after listening to this music, I really want to play Explorers of Sky. Like, the music alone sold me. It's great. I love it. I've been sold. Also, I forgot to activate. Well, not activate. I forgot to switch to the Nintendo Switch. So, you guys are probably gonna look at a lot of. This one. And then I'm probably gonna change this to. Please don't crash. Okay, nice. No crash. Okay, now we can play. I thought I was ready, but I wasn't. There's so many things I haven't done yet. Well, many, but as in this one. But yeah, now we can play. Let me just close this one. Where's my controller? Oh yeah, I found it. See, this is exactly where we left off. There. Like, the Nintendo Switch is like, oh, power outage? It's okay, I'm fine. So good. Now we can continue exactly from where we left off. Oh my god, thank you, Switch. But I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, the bad Mankey. I don't know what to do with that. How do I punish bad Mankey? Sleep. Oh, quick attack. Let's go, Bubba Belly. Okay, that's everything. I don't know if I should explore every single place possible to find Bad Mankey. If it's Bad Mankey, I should be able to see with my X-ray specs, right? I'm gonna go to the next floor. I feel like I might have messed up already, I don't know. Hi, Lord Tafish. Yay. Why is... What? It's disabled. Why am I paralyzed? Sleep. Oh, it's Rosalia. Can you sleep? Or do you have aromatherapy? Can I just say that the sprite work in this game is so good? That's mine. Passes out. Why? Don't pass out. It's the Sable. Why is the Sable me getting paralyzed? I don't get it. Ow. Ow. I have several questions, but it's okay. I mean, me getting paralyzed is no big deal, honestly, so... Grass gummy. This is for me, right? Yeah, grass type. I'm gonna eat it. I have another green gummy. I should give some to Totodile. To ankle biter. Ankle biter, eat green gummy. Efficiency expert, nice. I think this is... yeah, target the lowest HP. Can I tell you about my weird first multiplayer VR experience? Of course! Yeah. Is it like bad weird or good weird? Like VR check kind of weird? And now I'm very curious. Oh. Edible? Well, if you feel comfortable to share, then yeah. We're running away, or not? Oh. Got him. I played Rec Room, which is another free VR-centric game. Yeah, a little bit tonight. I found it was rather a lot like first-person Roblox. Oh. Player created content and games and whatnot. Oh, even games. Sounds like a big deal. I mean, Roblox is kind of a big deal, right? I don't think I can leech seed, yeah. Nice. So I wanted an intentional experience first before I go into any weird custom games. That's a fair one. Gonna know what you're looking for. Oh. Full item. Oh, I forgot to get Bomber Belly. Rebound or? Mini counter. Any damage from physical attack moves or a regular attack is partially returned. Range user. Oh. The dev had a few studio created games like Dodgeball, Basketball, and Epic Paintball. Paintball. Is paintball like airsoft? So I log in the public random game and I'm I'm thrust into a cage spectating room and I can't move. Oh. Exactly? Okay, okay. Maybe I should just go back. Oh, we've also paint the explode into color instead of palettes. Oh. You bite, I sleep powder. You bite, I sleep powder. Money. Nice. I could eat one apple. So I'm watching this game and kind of figuring out its standard red versus blue capture the flag. There's various weapons and it's pretty mobile with low players bunny hopping. Sounds good. Bunny hopping? In VR? Holy shit. Yeah, sounds good. Oh, oh. Eat ground berry. Eat berries on the floor. Another one. Mmm. Sidon? Oh. Oh, Mankey. Are you Mankey? Did we do it? We might have done it. The round ends and the entire room is teleported into my spectating room for after match break and interaction. They're all conversing with themselves and I got my mic muted because oh no people! So I just kinda quietly keeping to myself. Someone glances over and I wave politely and they continue the conversation. Oh. Yeah, oh no people. God, do I feel that. Oh no people. But then they look back like they were double taking something about me. Oh. Oh, that's so... Oh, I don't like that feeling. Like, I acknowledge them and then they suddenly look back again. Stop mid-sentence and went, okay, wait. Hold on, does anybody else see this? Look at this guy for a second. Eh? Oh no. And then suddenly the entire room converged on me. It was surreal. That was scary though. I would leave immediately. I'm so afraid of like being in the center of attention. It's like the scariest thing ever. And I was like, oh. And then someone said, why is there only a body and hands? And then I got disconnected. What the fuck? Why is it kind of scary? Is it not supposed to be only body and hands? Hi Tylra, so wow. Hi Vincent. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. So I was like, okay, Oh, that's so spooky though. It's like an ARG or something. Oh. Oh. It's kind of like a hand in hand with an automatic torso in between, like Rayman, no arms or legs. I think I kind of see what Rayman looks like. Yeah. But we joined got a different room. Oh. Oh my god, Brian, you're so brave. Yep. Yep. High numbers. How was Resident Evil? I hope Resident Evil was heckin' fun. I don't know what's with the punishment monkey, you know? Yep. RE4 was good, some skill issues, but fun. Yeah, same. I also have a lot of skill issue with Resident Evil 4. Chestnut. And I was like, sure hope my game isn't glitching and people think I'm hacking for an advantage by erasing my head. Oh, that's why people are like skeptical. That's a lot of yip. It's my first time playing. I'm playing on hardcore. That's very hardcore, yeah. I cannot even play normally on normal. I keep dying. I did enjoy the story a lot. It's fun. Chestnut. Oh. A foot under someone feels the belly. Mankey loves to eat this. So specific? Mankey? Maybe it's a clue? But when I joined, it threw me directly into the start of the match, so there wasn't any time to have someone notice. So I was like, okay, I'll just play normally until someone says something. I managed to shoot one player and he kinda did frustrated gestures at me and I was immediately like, oh no. Oh no. Can I at least see that? Yeah. Also, hi Sola. Knobs the Kobo happily. No, I don't want to get knobs. Nibble. Nibble is fine. Punish bad monkey. I must be missing something. I mean, I have this chestnut where specifically the game says Mankey loves this. Like here, his hand open palm facing upwards shaking like, get a load of this guy. But he didn't say anything at despawned. Oh. So I was like, well, maybe he's just mad and died, and mad he died. Sounds reasonable. Mankey... There's no clue or anything. Punish bad Mankey. What? There has to be a clue. I have a chestnut that I just found. And the game says that my Mankey loves this. So something I can do about it? Do I throw it at Mankey? So many seat up. And then the teammate passed me later and she says, dude, what's up with that box over your head? And walks away to find. Well, at least I know I have a head, I guess. What? Box? Is it like VR stuff? So they are not playing with VR? Or is it like mandatory to play with VR headset? I'm gonna throw this at Mankey and see what it do. We'll see what it does. Ow. I'm not gonna eat it? Guess not. It's mandatory for this game. Oh, it's not optional like VR chat. Oh, okay. So it's like compulsory to have a VR headset for this game. Okay. Oh hey. What was it, you? We don't like to brag or nothing, but we get furious real easy. You know that? What really irritates us is when we see some dim-witted face. Yeah. That faking expression. Oh, it's taking me off. I'm seeing red. Okay, get him, it's frenzy time. Okay. Okay. Hey, you sure you don't want some... You want some bullet seed? Oh. Okay. Yeah, they're rude. So I play a bit more flustered and confused and full of doubt that I'm playing fair and I feel bad every time I kill someone. But like, the game was fun and I didn't want to abandon the team in the middle of the game. I mean, it is kind of weird. Maybe it's like a customization thing? I'm hoping that they'll smarten up and settle down. Everyone, thank you for everything, really. What about it? Yes, we're filled with gratitude. This is our thanks. A peeled chestnut is the reward. Oh. This... a peeled chestnut? Yes, it's a peeled chestnut. You see, we... don't have any money. What, Buffett? So we can only give you a chestnut as our reward. Are you unhappy? No. We're okay with this. Peeled chestnuts are delicious. I like them. Now I wish we did get some money. Hey, you! Oh no, the Mankey gang! What, Buffett? I heard enemies say a teammate next to him. How did he even join us? Presumably referring to me. But the game has proximity chat, so I can't really hear people for that long since everybody's moving around shooting. But it was becoming kind of hilarious that I didn't know what was wrong with me. I just felt othered the whole time. Oh, that's so scary though. Did those goons? Did they follow us here for revenge? Probably not. That's right, you! You got lucky. You don't mess with us. We're not gonna lose this time. We'll pulverize you. And crush them. Whoa, look at that. Chestnut? It is. It's a peeled chestnut. What? Mumbo mumbo. Whisper whisper. What's going on? They look like they're having a discussion. What, Buffett? What is this all about? Listen. You got something we want. That peeled chestnut you have. Can we have it? We, love peeled chestnuts. Like, we love them so much we can't think of a life without chestnuts. Why don't you just go eat chestnuts on your own? We know how you know how chestnuts have that spiky shell? Trying to peel that spiky shell, it hurts. And we end up losing our tempers. That's why we're asking, give us that peeled chestnut. We'll do whatever you want. Tylra, what do you think? Should we give our peeled chestnut to the monkey gang? I mean, if I say no, are we gonna fight? So the match eventually ends and we all end up in the between game room, and I'm just standing there waiting for the Tylra to teleport us all to the next map as they chat amongst themselves, keeping to myself. Sure, I guess I can give them peeled chestnut. I know. Hey, Monkey Gang, how are you guys with physical labor? Physical labor? You mean muscle work? We have muscles, but we don't like work. But if it's for that peeled chestnut, okay, then this is what we'll do. We're aiming to rebuild our rescue team base so it'll be more impressive than this. Rescue team base? You got it, our rescue team base. If you help us build our rescue team base, we could give you this peeled chestnut. What do you say? Whisper, whisper. Mata, mata. Okay, we'll help. Really? You help us? Yeah, leave it to us. We'll carry in the materials and get the place built double quick. In return, hand over the peeled chestnut. Oh. Caterpie, me too, I'll help too. I'll spit stick for gluing things together. I'll help too. What, Buffett? I felt bad because we only had the peeled chestnut for your reward. What, Buffett? Thanks, everyone. And then our accounts get assigned for the next game and everyone looks around to see who their teammates are. Someone catches my eye. A blue team guy said it's me, and I hear, oh no, this is gonna be bad, we got a level 1. And that's when I realized the name above every person's head, everyone has a 50 next to it. Oh, levels! Oh, what, they cannot play for level 1? Yay, no gross enough. Thanks, Caterpie. Now, Caterpie just wanna help. Okay, let's get a move on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, now everything makes sense. It's kinda scary. Construction work began on the rescue team base of Tylra's team, the Ankles. Several days later. Whoa! Phew. Our pace is coming along quickly. Wow, Buffett. We owe everyone for this. Wow, Buffett. But there's still lots to do. We still have difficult things to do. Oh my god, wow, Buffett. Yeah, but we're getting close, right, Monkey Gang? Huh? Uh-oh. Look, over there. Oh, they're tired. What's up with you? What's up with you guys? We need to keep working. Don't wanna. What? This work's too boring. How do you expect us to keep going? Yeah, that's right. I don't want to do this anymore. We might change our minds if we get us more peeled chestnuts. What's with these guys? We just can't be bothered. We need pure chestnut to motivate us. Problem, Tylra? Looks like the monkey gang won't work unless we get them another pure chestnut. I guess we have to find more pure chestnut and give them to the monkey gang. Lamau. Need more pure chestnut. Except for the headless thing. But that was important because it kind of set the tone. Yeah. So as now I played an FPS game or two before, I'm gonna show these folks I'm okay. It's not like we start with different weapons or anything. Oh, everyone start with the same weapon. Morning, Tylra. Morning, ankle biter. Just one for all three of them working for 7 days? They need to unionize. Unionize. Types and matchups. All Pokemon certain type fire, water. Fire type only exploit time mission wind-band. I know about that. Pokemon News Extra. Tylra Innocent Part 1. She met with Ninetales on Mountain Freeze. Ninetales testified that Tylra was not the human that appeared in the legend. As a result, Gengar's claims were found to be malicious lies. The clearly dismayed Gengar quote, "Oogie." Of course, yep. Hi. Did you bring us pure chestnut? Oh, a chestnut! We want a pure chestnut. Come on, give it to us. I don't have it. Pure the spiny shell on the head. What? Do I have it? Oh, I have one! I have one! Of course, I forgot! Yes, a pure chestnut. Alright, you layabouts, get it together, chop chop. Why did you quit lounging around yourself? Get moving. We'll get hustling on renovating your rescue team base. We'll carry in the materials and get the place built double quick. You just wait. Wow. And so, supplied with another pure chestnut, the monkey gang got motivated and returned to work on the rescue team's renovation. As a result, the rescue team base's completion moved a little closer. We need more. God damn it, we need more. Where's Caterpie? That was starting locked in, absolute sweating it. Every now and then I get a kill, but I'm not used to slow projectile. The slow projectile and the guns fire and how they arc instead of straight hit scan. Oh, so people usually hit me first. So when I get the drop on someone, I have to shoot a few tracers around first before I can hone in on the target. So halfway through the match, I respawn after a death and then passed by a running teammate who turns back and look at me and say, "Hey, uh-oh." You're doing really good. Wow. That's kinda cute. Have little seeds. I'll sell the rest. I was reinvigorated immediately. That one small kindness meant a lot. Yeah, like a small act of kindness from a random person means a lot, honestly. But not saying that any kindness is good, honestly. It's just like on a random situation like this, that one small kindness means a lot in that situation. Huge apple. I want this. I want all the huge apple, so that I can become Boba Belly. Bubba Belly. Thank you. So much money. Still cannot buy new place? Okay. So I guess now we just need to find chestnuts to progress through the game. Money. Almost at 30k. He found me in the next spectating room and he gave me a double thumbs up and he gave me kudos or something. I don't know, I glowed for a second and his hands gave me energy. I guess we'll see if I get superpowers later or something, Lou. That was my night. Did they build these houses? Which houses? I guess now we just need to like do random quests and find chestnuts. Oh. Oh, only in Uproar Forest. Okay, okay. Then... take me. I think the Pokemon built these houses. But who? I'm not too sure. Uproar Forest. There's no Uproar Forest quest. Oh man. Guess I'm just gonna do it raw. Consider this an expedition. Bullet. No more things? Oh, that was fast. The way Ankle Biter jumps when he stands still is so fucking cute. I know! Ankle Biter is the best. Forgot to bring Best Bud. Ultimately, our goal is to find chestnuts. So yeah, we're just gonna find the blue items and then we're gonna go to the next floor. Thank goodness for X-ray specs. Only one. Oh, two. I missed it. No. Maybe I can go through here? Or... Anchor Biter was very confused. Oh no. Oh, hi Chip. Eat the ankle again? Ankles is here. Eat the ankles again. Hope you're doing good, Chip. Grass gummy? Could be better to be honest, no anxiety, but nothing for you to worry about. Aww. But I still hope you feel better soon. Anxiety is hard to deal with. I don't like anxiety. Sometimes anxiety makes me really hard to breathe. It's like I have a hard time just breathe normally. I mean that I don't know if everyone's anxiety behaves differently, but that's kind of mine. But yeah, I still hope you feel better soon, Chip. I'm doing pretty okay. I had a heavy breakfast, so I'm feeling rather lazy. Well, rather than saying lazy, it's more sleepy. But yeah, I'm doing good. Do I already have maximum storage? Crap, I do. Yeah, huge apple. Boba belly. Boba mega belly. Eat ground berry. That's the common digestion nap. That sounds good though. But it's okay, I'll be fine. I'm also digesting when I'm playing Pokemon. Oh. When I eat too much, I get super eepy. Yeah, that's the feeling, exactly. I eat too much, I get super sleepy. Like, just... If I'm not doing anything at the moment for like a few minutes, I could just fall asleep. Just like that. Oh my god. I'm glad that it's not just me. When I eat too much, I get super sleepy. Because my family don't suffer, well, I wouldn't say suffer, don't have this kind of feeling. Like, whenever they eat too much, and then they will feel sleepy. Why is this iron torn? Eh? Man. I thought everyone gets eepy when they eat too much. Not my mom and one of my sister. They, at least to me, they don't feel sleepy, or they don't say that they are sleepy after they eat too much. Quick dodger. Because better evading attacks and move. What? That's OP? Maybe it's just like scaly people like us. Yeah, probably. Maybe it doesn't affect other species or creatures. But then again, it's like whenever I feel sleepy like that, and then if I do get to sleep, I do feel kind of guilty about it. Uh-oh. Like, if I go to sleep after eating too much, I just feel like, oh, what if I get fat or something like that? Like the conscious. And then sometimes I'll just like ignore that, but most of the time I will just be like, no, I cannot sleep. And then I'll force myself to like stay awake. Type advantage, master. The critical rate is boosted when attacking foes with type disadvantage. Type disadvantage? Oh, so if I'm like, if I hit them and it's super effective, it's gonna have a critical hit boost rate? Boosted critical hit? Or the other way around? I'm not too sure. Wait. Oh! Oh, you can have two of them? Or do I have too much? I mean, I don't need this. Use or throw, I don't need this. That is checker. This thing, I don't need this. Non-traitor, I need a PT checker. I don't have this. Horse checker. As a phone targeted for a move for a throw liner, it will check first for walls and other Pokemon. It will stop if there is an obstacle. I need this. What? Then I'll just get Quick Dodger if I can only choose one. Unfortunate. I thought I can choose all of them. Luckily I'm guilt free. Oh, that's nice. I'm not guilt free, but hey, maybe I don't know. I need to let Enko Spider eat more gummy, but it's all like grass and green gummy here. Doesn't seem to dislike this gummy. Yeah, total Enko Spider doesn't like this. How about this one? Yeah, Enko Spider don't like it as much. I'll just eat it all first. You should feed Enko Spider ankles. I want to find more Enko Spider. Well, I'm gonna find more ankles. Super effective plus crit chance. Oh, that's good. Super effective hit with a razor leaf should be over 50% of the IQ. Bubba like grass gummy. Because it's grass type. Same thought. Eat perfect. Vital spirit. Pokemon don't like gummy that are weak too? Yeah, fair enough. Chestnut. Weak type pickup. When battling several foes, the Pokemon will first target Pokemon that have a type disadvantage. Oh, so this one is for like AI controlled. Some are passive, some are for like AI controlled Pokemon. I can just keep throwing this. I have 6 of them that I need to throw out. I just remembered. Yeah, I threw 3. I have 3 more. What? Alright, that's it. Time to go back. Yeah, Torns are great. We did good today. Let's knock off and cut it a night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, ankle biter. Why don't we get to sleep with ankle biter? That'll be nice. Morning. Tiny Woods, Lapis Cave. Tiny Woods. Link move entry level 1. Grass fighting and ground types, but also fine weight plus ground. Chikorita, Razor Leaf plus ground. Huh? So, isn't Link move just using 2 moves in 1 turn? Is that Link moves? Or is it like something different? Or is it like you put 2 moves together and then they become something else? I don't think that's Link. Yeah, oh, okay. Trico, Machop, Kubon. That's an ineffective Link combo. I know, right? I mean, it could be effective if you do... if you do Growl first and then Vine Whip, then yeah, that works. This game's bullying. Quote from Tylra on the scene. That's why I thought right from the start. I don't believe you. Quote from Tylra on the scene. That muckraking Gengar is not getting away with this. He better be ready for it. Yeah. Destroy. Oh, Growl doesn't help Vine Whip? Oh yeah, Growl is lower attack. Sorry. Layer and Tail Whip Link combos are good. Yeah, Growl is just lowering attack, not defense. Hey, I have a peeled chestnut. Give. Go work, go work. Go work. Is it done? Complete! Nice! Finally! This day has finally come. It's finally finished. The Ankles Rescue Team base. The Ankles. Yo, that looks so fucking good. This is so cool. I can stare at it forever. Our rescue team base is so cool. The way it looks like you is a nice touch. We all worked very hard. It was very hard, but it was worth it. Wow, perfect. Everyone, thank you. Say, there's something I want to ask. If this rescue team base is finished, does that maybe mean you won't bring us peeled chestnuts anymore? Well, what do you think? We don't need to keep working on the base anymore. Till our Mankey gang. Thanks for everything. Uh-oh.
Wabafet.
Wabafet. I wish getting a real house was as easy. Oh god, if only. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh. Uh-oh. Are you gonna... What? Of course. What are you doing? Stop! Typical. As a result, everyone's desperate efforts to stop the Mankey gang. The rescue team base was destroyed, saved. As for the Mankey gang, they promised to keep from rampaging. In return for more peeled chestnuts, they returned to the forest. And that is how the chaotic renovation of the rescue team base came to an end. I don't need to keep giving them chestnuts, right? That would be stupid. Morning, Tylra. Morning, ankle biter. Fire normal type. Ember ground. Leer tackle. Ember growl. Tail whip tackle. Scratch growl. Tail whip tackle. So, one question. If I link the moves, does this move become one move? So that I can have technically 5 moves in my disposal? Or is it like 2 moves linked together, but then they count as separate moves? Now you're paying the protection. Yeah, goddamn. It's all just like, oh hey, water gun mud slap. Total down is deer scratch. Yep. In the Explorer's game, you sleep with partner Pokemon. I need to play that game now. I need to find it. Scanner is redundant now that I have X-ray specs. I love Kangaskhan. Look at that! Kangaskhan is so happy. Kangaskhan very nice. Yes. Rest? Attract? Regains HP and recover any status problem. Yep, it's the same. What do we do now? Let's go check the quest. I want to see Illumais. Escort to 884. Rest is amazing. I recommend it's a full heal. But I'll fall asleep. Oh, it's good for like if I get burned or something though. Wait, don't I have a lapis? Oh wait, and my mail, okay. I think I have a lapis cave here. Tiny woods and lapis cave. I'm just gonna take all these. So we have under steel cave and wood. Okay. We could probably do tiny wood first if you have it. No tiny wood. Okay, so lapis cave is here. To B10. Sparrow to Slugma. I mean, sure, we can do this. So we do lapis cave first. The sleep is only a few turns, but great if you somehow run out of belly. Wait, it recovers belly as well? That's really good though. I don't know. I don't know what move to change even if I have rest. But I'm gonna buy it anyway. It does not recover belly but can heal if empty belly hurts. Oh! Oh, so empty belly doesn't just like make you faint immediately, it will slowly deplete your health. I never had like an empty belly before. Look, I love belly, okay? I need belly. Ooh, both of you can use it. Leech Seed can maybe leave. Empty belly is 1 HP drain per turn. Oh shit, that is kinda scary. Leech Seed, but I like Leech Seed. I'll store the rest for now. I'll store it for now. Yes. And then let me take some mandatory stuff. Like these. And all the gummy that I'm gonna eat. Wait, so... Ankle Biter can eat any gummy, right? There's no limit to how many gummy we can eat. Right? If that's the case. Any gummy that's not one, I'm taking it out and giving it to Ankle Biter. Excuse me, Tylra. Milk is to say... Yeah? Oh, yesterday! Of course. Fuck, I forgot. Give me a second. Thanks for the reminder. I'm sorry, I forgot. Alright, I'm opening it up. Give me a few minutes. But also, hi Evie. Okay, they should be all open now. Hi, beautiful. Wow. Hi, beautiful yourself. No limit on gummy, but take type matchups into account for efficiency when eating gummy. Got it. Milk. Maybe at some point we should help them. Milk. things Anchor by the won't like probably could go to you. Yeah, like I'm grass type, Anchor by is water type. It will appear to be changed. What if I give you some gummy? Green gummy. Non-traitor. Attack grows by what? Wait, what? It gets stats as well? Whoa, that's crazy. Milk is good for you. Milk is good for everyone. I'm out of points now. Too much milk. 69 points. Yeah, I'm gonna give this all these non-grass gummy. It's all for ankle biter. We accepted, right? Okay, now we go to Lapis Cave. Items wise, we should be good. Iron Thorn, Rock, Apple, and a bunch of gummy. Okay. I believe Gold Gummy is special. Oh! Oh shit, Gold Gummy is special? Special? It's for Psychic type. I need to protect Sparrow first. Alright, time to feed. Time for the huge belly. Wait, then what's pink? I believe pink is for poison? Oh, they are not bring pink. I think pink is for poison, yeah. White is normal. Doesn't seem to dislike this gummy. Fire type. What if it's strong too? Seems he's somewhat satisfied. Electric type. Oh, you're not gonna like that. I'm not gonna give you that. Ice type. You are water, so it should be fine. Status check. There it is. Orange is fighting type. I think you're normal to it. Someone dislike this gummy. Ground type. You're strong against ground type, right? I should probably save some. But I have extra, just give it to him, it's fine. I have vacuum. Also this one. It's fine. Oh, do you not like it? Okay. That's all the gummy. And Baba Belly. Oh. Nice. Cytostat gain is like very consistent. Money. think that's everything. Cannot really see. Oh wait, I can. Ah, this is easier to see. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's very close. Okay. Please don't touch Sparrow. Ankle bite is full of gummy. What? Do you sleep? Yeah, you do. I thought you were gonna sleep upside down. 3 islands in one place? Oh.
Hello.
What is love? Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate welcoming. Is that gold? It's yellow. Love, love, love. Love. Love is amazing. Oh, nice, nice. Is that a dragon merp? Oh my god. Wait, a dragon. A dragon? Oh, dragon. No question asked. You are followed by this kobold. you that yeah. I might be. Oh. But also, hey. Hope you're doing good. Ooh, dragons? I know, right? On dragon, you good. Kinda surprised Saito didn't get poisoned. Dragons. Sorry, that's just a lot of dragon lovers here, me included. And please don't feel weird now. Doing pretty good. How goes the PMD? Nice, good to know. PMD is going pretty good. Now I'm just like at the. I'm not too sure what's the next step is. Maybe after this mission, I get some updates on main story? Probably. I mean, I just finished building the base and now I'm sort of just like doing quest. Uh-oh. Ooh, Sparrow, Sparrow. Sparrow, no! Sparrow, no! You're dead. Oh, thank god. Bumba Belly. Gosh, I love the wagons. I know, right? You can never go wrong with the wagons. I mean, even my Discord channel has like a Dwagon simping corner. And just cobalt things, you know, just cobalt things. Nice. Gosh, I love Gosh, I love Gosh, I love kobolds. Oh my god, same. Oh my god. Oh. Rock. Okay, that's everything. Rock is good. Love is an adorable dragon. All dragons are adorable. To me, anyway. No, you. I'm not a dragon, I'm a beast, so that can't work. Man. Nice. Yeah, now it's just like 3-1-1-1-1 for every level. But then again, Eevee is pretty cute, so I don't know about that. I'm gonna make a dragon superhero, and his superhero car will be called a Dwagon Wagon. Dwagon Wagon! Please put me in. I want to be inside Dwagon Wagon. And then you can hear a bunch of yip noises inside. Non-stop. Nice. That's a pretty fast fall. 8 and 10? Okay. Yip. All the yip noises. Superpower is to summon combos for anyway to help. I mean, it would be kinda easy to summon this kobold. Just mention dragons and I'll most likely be there. Take me! Take me! Oh. Ooh! Shockwave. It's back on. Make it that it's back on at the down there. At least seat for everyone. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I didn't see. Sparrow, don't die. I know you. Oh, I got... I didn't see it. Oh, no. Yeah, we lost. I didn't see that. My bad. I was too happy trying to lead seed for everyone. Oh, I didn't even get the first one. Oh, I'm sorry, Ankle Biter. And one constrict and he's dead too. Oh man. Unfortunate. It's okay. We blew it yesterday. I'm sorry, Ankle Biter. Let's get it right this time. Oh, are you gonna tell me more about Link moves? With Growl and Leer and Scratch and Tail Whip? Two items? Graveler Rock? Orange Berry? According to Pseudo Wudo of Team Fakers, it lets you attack from far away. It's invaluable. The next most popular item was Orange Berry. I mean, of course. 7 Wonders of Pokemon. The Mysterious Feat of Diglett. Oh, huh? What is inside Forrester's shell? The intelligence of Geofaric's tail. Arbok's variety of patterns. We await submissions for readers on other Pokemon mysteries. Oh, there's Arbok here? Oh yeah, there's Econs. Of course there's gotta be Arbok. I'm gonna hunt that total down. Same. Bros. I'm gonna give the puppies until they feel better. Me. Me. I won. I won. I won. Keep cover uppies too. Yes. 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 Always uppies. So do I just lost the... Oh wait, that one is just gone. So I didn't take any damage, just gone. Wow, that was kinda wild. Do you see for items? I mean, more or less. I don't remember what items I have. At least Shockwave is here. I think I'm missing a specs. Wait, no, but I'm equipping it, no? Even my equipped item will be gone? Oh my god! Wait, what? No! Oh no! Even my equipped even items I'm holding! Well, I mean, it happens, I guess. No, now I need to explore all the dungeons again. I didn't die. It's the sparrow. Meh. Grumpy cobalt noises, and I'm angry. No, no. That music is gonna haunt me in my dreams. You mean this one? I mean, this one is good. At least to me personally. Yeah? Normal type. Well, now I can feed all the gummy to Ankle Biter again. Well, I'm gonna keep one. Oh yeah, pink. Pink is poison. I was right. Oh, I should have brought Revival Seed. That could have helped the situation a little bit more. Well, let's not dwell on it now. There's no dragon type gummy. So purple is ghost? Do I have purple? I don't have purple. I'm not too sure, but probably? Do you sell huge apple? Silver spike? No huge apple? No Baba belly? I'll take my own. My money's gone, right? Yeah, 0 money. So I guess escorting is like the hardest one? Two Great Canyon. Mountain Thunder, Mountain Steel, Mountain Blaze, Mountain Freeze. Not a single one. Ooh, escape orb? I never really used escape orb. Alright, fine, let's try again. On the Lapis Cave. Escort are the most risky? Yeah, you never know what's gonna happen. Like just now, Pokemon just appear. Although, to be fair, maybe I was absent-minded for a little bit and I got careless. For escort, bring the less Pokemon the better, I feel like. So that the Pokemon that I'm escorting could be closer to me. Right, let's try again. My money's gone me at the start of the month. Oh, I hate it when that happens. The enemy spawn in the room with Sparrow in it. Yep. I shouldn't be too absent-minded. I should just like, you know, immediately look at this like, oh no, something's happening to Sparrow. But I didn't, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's on me. It's alright. I would try to keep an eye now. Now that I have no X-ray spec, it's gonna be a little bit harder. I'm just being spoiled by X-ray spec at this point. And now I'm gonna go back to normal gameplay. Did you guys know that every time when I'm like absent-minded, oh no, every time when I'm like idling, not thinking about anything, my brain immediately would just go like, there's not enough dragons in this world. I'm not even joking. And like, especially before I sleep, it's like, there's not enough dragons. Oh, always. Maybe I'm like too, I'm too kobold-like at this point. Like, yeah. I am like already behaving like a kobold. even before I sleep, it's like, oh, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, that's a small one. Rock. Rock. Oh. You walk the path for the kobold that you're affected. I have the true kobold brain now. We need more dragons? Of course we do. Cute kobold? Hi king. It's the king of kobold. I hope the king of kobold is doing good. Welcome. She's going full kobold brain. Precious horrible. Hoard me? I mean, being hoarded by dragon? Yeah. Oh, there's no loot here. Almost happened again. Man. Oh. Oh. We got B? Yes. Everyone gets a nickname, and I know I want to give you this. Easy, okay? I'm not the best, but feeling better seeing you. Oh, well, I do feel happier seeing more kobolds. I'm glad to be able to help in some way. But still, I hope you feel better soon. Maybe that's what happens to princesses when they got stolen by dragons. First they get Stockholm Syndrome, and they turn into kobold. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, turn into kobold? What? Oh. A team heal? Oh, B is OP? Oh, B. What was that? Moonlight? I skate across the night sky with my 4-beat friends. Oh. Oh, moves. Tackle, Sweet Saint, Charm, Moonlight. Members on floor. Depends on the weather. Huh? A little kobold TF as a treat. Oh, God, I wish. I hoard kobolds. Most dragon do. I like dragon. Oh, B is a really good support. I never thought about that. Oh, why are you healing? Everyone is fine. Why are you healing? Oh, are you just gonna heal when we go to a new room? Oh, oh, the head is a little bit off. No, I need it. Mm. Mm. Oh, labu. Thanks for the head, King. And also thanks for the book. The air is a bit silly. They do that because the air is on for support moves. I think they fixed it in the remaster on Switch. Oh. I mean, I guess I'm... I'm playing on the original version of Game Boy. All good. Ad? Oh, it's metal. I metal. Sorry about the ad. Okay, back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good, metal. More cobalt friend. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate B now. I gotta heal again. Please don't do that. No. Run. Run from B. Even here, you're so far away. Oh, okay, B. Okay, I know you like healing, okay? We got it, we got it. How many more? You had 12, right? Thanks, B. Okay, last one. They're just hoping someone turns into a werewolf? Oh, it's Moonlight. I mean, probably. It do be possible. Alright, there you go. You exhausted Moonlight. Congratulations. Oh my god. Stop. You don't need to use Moonlight anymore. We have a spammer. They can check and uncheck moves on team? Oh. But, nah, it's fine. Can I use... Wait, I can control their move. No, I cannot, okay. I thought I can just, like, make them use a move. But I want my dark mode! B, probably. B, probably. You can turn it back on for boss fights? Oh, that's a good idea. Got it. Give my money back. That's my shiny. It doesn't spend a turn. The toggle moves on and off. Oh. I remember giving items to Pokemon spends a turn. Just a whole lot of nothing. But that room though. And Cobra is too curious. God damn it, there's nothing. No. Oh, I'm out of Razor Leaf. Yikes. You can expand a turn. Hotel confirm? I got confirm already, or I even got the PDF file one. I was scared too because I saw the letter. It's like, oh shit, what if it's a refusal? But then I got confirmed. Don't think it's any more. Uh oh. Oh yeah, gummy. I should eat some white kami. Trap avoider. Often avoid stepping on visible traps. Oh, that is booked by Furry. Of course lah, it's Furry, man. I'm also very surprised because so many people got the refuse and then I got the confirm. I mean, I'll take it. I forgot to feed Gummy. I forgot to eat Kami for Totodile. Eat the Kami. You can't. Oh yeah, you don't have items on you. You don't resist, Totodile. You need to eat the Kami. Thank you. Non-traitor. You need this. Okay, that's all the gummy. Those are the only people I will let into my hotel, to be honest. If there's like a furry convention going on, yeah, why not, right? I haven't tell Mochi yet, so he's still asking. Do you want me to spot? Oh, you have someone in mind? I mean, having a spot is always nice. How about I discuss with you on DM for a little bit afterwards? There's something I want to tell you as well. It's nothing serious, don't worry. Just something that I need to tell you. Gone. Back on. Oh. Bagon has so much XP points. But I always hate to kill Bagon. I'ma go for still outside. Okay. No problem. Later, after I stream, I discuss a little bit with you, no? What? Oh, hey, there you are. No, there's a money right beside me. Two money, actually. Okay, let's keep going. I think it's no big deal, because each of the map is like pretty small in Lapis Cave, so yeah, I can do this. Careful, B. B, oh my god, B. B, no. A B hurts. I'm cringing. I'm cringing at this. At the. Why am I cringe? Ooh. Oh my god. Right, of course I forgot. Sleep. Bacon. I want to see Bacon sleep. Like, Bacon has the best sleeping animation in the game. Look at that. That guy is so adorable, though. I hate to do this. God damn it. Although, so far, I think Bacon is the only dragon type that I've seen in the game currently. Oh. I'm cringe. I think it's 15th floor for Lapis Cave? Question mark? Thank goodness for the small maps. Dead end. Oh. I got super lucky. More money? I mean, I don't even know what link box are for. I'm just selling them for money. It's 500 per link box. It's so good. Oh, I don't think I get EXP for this. Yeah. Crap. Oh my god, it hurts. Oh, Screech is so OP, holy shit. Oh, Screech is scary. It went from like no damage to like 2 times or 3 times or 4 times the damage. I'm hellishly sleepy. I think I'm gonna take a nap. Have a nice day and please leave some ankles for you. Of course, I'll leave some ankles for Chip, but also hope you do have a wonderful nap, Eepy. Thanks for stopping by. Have wonderful Eepy. Hidden power? Is it that way? I think we're almost out, right? Nice! Ankle biter. New move? Scary face? Wait, scary face is hell... Oh my god, scary face is hella good. Yeah, because it removes or like lower the target movement speed. What? Spin. Mega spin, what? I mean, I already have sleep powder. I'll change out Scratch. Yeah. Leveled. Oh, no HPL? Nice. Ordered money. Come mine. 80 points. Wait, what the fuck? That's a lot. Bye bye, ankle biter. I'm pretty sure we're gonna go save Team Alakazam sooner or later, right? Good morning. Moving as a team. Use your team members, attack on the side, move horizontally, attack from above or below, move vertically. You can have several Pokemon fighting a single foe. If members don't move properly. Of course, I've been doing that. Enlarge your rescue team and get friend areas. Did I skip? Oh, did I farm too much at the start of the game now that I'm way too strong? Because I bought every single friend area possible. You can take no more than 3 friends into the dungeon. I might have farmed a little bit too much and now I'm too strong. Pokemon special attack and special defense by 1 level. I love this though, I kinda want it. Because I have Razor Leaf and I have... Bullet Seed? Maybe I should change out Leech Seed for this one. Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks, game. What? Thanks for the pet. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. It's good. Gonna steal the rest. Break, reflect. Reflect and half the damage from all physical attack moves and regular attacks. Oh wow. It shatters the target's reflect or light screen to inflict damage. Oh. Oh, okay. I kinda want this one. What is this? Inflict damage on the target, lowers the target movement speed by 1 level. Fall in front. I want reflect. Thank you. Ah, crap. Yeah, looks good. Money. Bullet Seed is physical? Wait, it is? Oh, they didn't say. I mean, to be fair, it's range, but it's still physical. It's nothing... Yeah. Take me! What do we have? Tiny Woods, Steel Thunder. Okay. Tiny Woods. We have 2 Tiny Woods. I guess we can do Tiny Woods for a little bit. 1 all-in berry. Alright, time to bully. Actually, hold this Gentry game. I feel like it's... I feel like the game determines if it's a special or physical based off the range. But then again, I might be wrong. Well, please don't call me on that. Oh. Alright, we're going to Tiny Woods and go bully. Wonder how good he's doing. Good. Good. Hi, good. It is grinning happily. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Good. Oh, oops. Tiny woods. I think tiny woods only have like 5 floors. I mean, it's tiny. Actually bullying. In Gentry, all grass is special. All grass is Sorry, that scared me a little bit. All grass is special? This is my favorite music. Oh yeah, something I just kind of want to share for a little bit. Last night I was playing Counter-Strike because, you know, guilty pleasure and stuff. I love Counter-Strike. And then I opened up the game and suddenly someone like reached out to me. It's like, hey, want to play together? Why is this survivor? Want to play the game together or not? It's like, yeah, why not? Right. And then I went to join to like an in-house kind of game, so there's like 10 different people, or like 9 different people, 10 including me. It's like, oh. I was very shy because there's like, so 9 people, there's like, shit, I only know like 2 or 3 people, so I was like, very scary. But that was fun though. Although I got surprised for a little bit when there's like, you know, people find me to play Counter-Strike. It's like, whoa, Counter-Strike, really? No. No. Mine. Generation 3 was before the physical special split from Pokemon types. Egg. Didn't I get 2 quests? Huh? Oh, I need to find all. Oh, okay. 200 money and rocks and points. God, I love Survivor. I want to bring Survivor with me. Nice. Like, all fire and water moves are also special. Well, there wasn't much, but it's tiny woods. Maybe we need to get to silver rank now. Important moving tips. Move diagonally. Change direction without moving. Check hints to see how you can do this maneuver. I've been doing that, thank you. Uproar Forest, Great Canyon, and Silent Chasm. I'm gonna take all these. So if I see any that's like... that I can do both at the same time, then yeah. Yeah, if I do that, they just like, ah! Ow. Hi, Jay. Hi, malicious magpie. Welcome, welcome. I thought that said learn fly for a second. I learned how to fly by a dragon throwing me. Like a huge yeet, yeet, and then I just fly. Yeah, looking good. Throw like a dart, I know, right? Okay, who do we have? Steel, Chasm, Thunder, Canyon, Forest. Uproar Forest. Uproar. 2 Thunder Wave Cave. Canyon. Whoa! Whoa! Canyon! Oh my god! Ooh. Liu. Chi. Fuck. Oh, I need to, like, destroy one. Sorry. Sorry! Hasn't come back, help, hurry. I assume these are all like, yeah, fine, and then just save them. Oh my god, free! Oh, this is great. We can go to Great Canyon now. Make sure to not mess this up. That's 5 of them. Okay, let's bring a few revival seed, just in case. I have 2. Take it all out. And 2 should be enough. Yeah. Remember that we can throw rocks? We don't have whole items anymore, right? You can throw all the rocks you want, friend. Hi Nexus. Hello Dragon. Welcome. Hope Nexus is doing heckin' good. Thank you. I don't know if I want to bring friends. Great Canyon is not that scary? Question mark? Only both of us, it's fine. Love G. Desire to become climbable. I love how Jade is like, see a dragon, I wanna climb. I thought that's combo behavior, Jade. Maybe Jade is Kobo. Does thou desire to climb? You small Grihon? Doing well, less tired than yesterday? Oh, that's good to know, that's good to know. Everyone can be cowboy if they want to. True. I mean, I went from a cryptid to a kobold, so yeah. You're only 15 feet taller than me. Don't call me small. Ankle biting height? Yeah, sure. Oh my god, it's so adorable. I love exchanges like these. Well, actually punch you in the gut from the inside just to make you feel worse. The thing is, Jade always says like these rare insults, or like not even insults, it's just like rare phrasing. Oh, what a snipe. Ankle bited the sniper right here. Nice. Tummy. The fuck, go back. Too late now, Jade. We must go back to the future. Hydroxus. Tummy? Oh, Tummy is always so good. I love Tummy belly. Speaking of, I forgot to give myself belly. Crap. Need to find more apple first before I can do that. Yes, poop cheek too. Oh. Aha. I'll powder you instead. A point blank rock toss. Oh, Scary Face. Scary Face is so good. I love how you hit all the 4 adjacent things but slid the past 4 itself. Me? Dragons check, tummies check, moss check, board check. Wait, no. That sounds like me, yeah. I'm just really not into the whole aspect of like swallowing a living being kind of thing. I don't know, it's just me. I said the light 4. Which one? Oh, that one. I don't like 4. That's fair. What is that grab? Holy shit. Oh my god, look at that grab. Oh my god, the grab is powerful. Money. rock. Don't worry, so much experience points. This dog has stayed out for about an hour past his bedtime. Oh, I mean, sleep is good. And Cobalt does like sleep. I'll definitely tune into more of your stream. No, you're cute. No, Dragon is cute AF. But yeah, sleep well, love. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a heckin' good sleep. Imagine sleeping. Hey Jade, sleeping's good. You need to eat the kami. Oh, go by the. You need to eat the kami. Okay. I think I haven't seen like a single water type gummy. Bye, bye now. Have wonderful sleep. Because the issue at hand is like a Salvation Dragon Tummy timeout, which happened roughly 15 minutes ago. What does that timing mean? What does that mean? Dragon Tummy timeout? So do I just get to lie on Dragon Tummy and just like ground it over there? I mean, that's not even a punishment. Holy shit! Eat Dragon Tummy. The snipe. Nope, tummy down happens inside the tummy. Oh. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, you know what? Speaking of 4, there is one that I'm like okay with, right? There's one. It's the one that you know like how there's like a plushie character, like a character that's made entirely of plushie, you know, like, and then you're inside the plushie, that kind. I think I'm okay with that. I've seen a few out of it, which is very interesting because I never see that before. Plush 4? Oh, that's called Plush 4? I think yeah, that one is. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna spam sleep powder. You can blame love for the vor stuff in me. That shit was silent till you appeared. Hey, look, it happens. I mean, I can say something. I can say kink stuff here, right? Oh, god damn it! I want to get the Donduo. As long as that king doesn't mean clear endangerment to someone, I think it's good. Clear endangerment? I mean, yeah, or like not being forced upon, I think is also like very important. The ankle bite is dying, I need to help. The leech seed. Bishi sassy mood today. Oh yeah, I was about to talk about some like someone opening up ink stuff, I guess. I mean, yeah. So honestly, last year I went to a furry convention, and then I met someone new, right? But then we clearly have like a similar interest, right? And then we very quickly talk with each other, get to know each other, and then eventually we start to become like really good friends. But now the friendship sort of evolved into, right now it's currently like a, how do I say this? Friends with benefit. I want to say, I'm gonna say it. I feel kind of embarrassed saying it out loud, but it is what's happening currently. Right? So I am now. What if I say M and P? Can you guys figure it out? Yeah, something like that. But yeah, open me up to something like that, and I actually kind of like it. Scratch that, I like it a lot. Man. In the fandom, we're having like 50,000 different masters. Is an what? 50,000? I'm gonna assume that's an exaggeration, but having multiple masters is the norm. I mean, I don't really. Okay, that's a very like it's a personal thing where I don't really trust people as much. Okay, maybe they're like super. I don't know how to say it. It's not super stuff, it's more like super It's kind of funny how when I first started streaming, like I'm so pure. No, not anymore. Me being pure? Oh, no more. You pure? Not anymore. Insomnia. I mean, there were so many people saying that I'm pure. It's that's why I say used to. I'm gonna talk to them like 2 weeks from now. He's gonna find 3 more. Crazy. So slapping. Yeah. Like I mentioned, used to pure. Okay, see, that's Salmon Rollins here. Yeah, no, I'm not pure anymore. I was pure like a few years back, but then again, you know, it to okay. So only in this Twitch space where I'm known as Tylra instead of like my previous Aerodactyl. Alright. People still see me as like a pure being, unless those who knows me in Twitch, like Rollins, know me in Twitch, both Twitch and real life. Look, it's a complicated thing, yeah? How much for a custom Mozilla model from ground up? Whoa. Usable 3D asset. Does Rollins do 3D art? I mean, I know we study in the same university, but I don't know if you do 3D art. I know 3D much. Fair enough. Yeah, I know Rollins to do a lot of 2D arts instead of 3D. Of course. Oh, whoa. And that's the first time Stun Spore missed. But I can draw myself having a lot of... Look, Rollins, you said it, now I want to see it. Now I want to see it. Yes. I mean, oh no. But, uh-oh. Karma Sutra. No, there's no Kobo Sutra going on. Imagine someone just putting on, let's say for a muscle model in front of Kobo, she's gonna turn into a puddle. Yeah, true. Very. Look, I'm a simple Kobo. Give me dragon, I'll be happy. Give me a hot dragon, I'll melt. Technically 2 puddles here. What? Why 2 puddles? Dragon? Yeah, dragon always get me like that. They're great, honestly. One clear puddle. What would be... Wait, why do I know what that means? Oh no. Wait, why is it clear? Wait, no. I thought it's gonna be like more 浑浊. I don't know how to say 浑浊. Oh, one shot? Oh, Cloudy, yeah. If that shit is milky, you guys. Why milky problem, huh? It's just an infection. You mean like insides? They should be clear, not white, not red, not yellow, not pink, purple, whatever the fuck clear. I actually didn't know that. Mostly no infection. I got the curio. Spood. Rock. Thorn. Got him. Cobalt, I think you're over-leveled. Something tells me. Oh yeah, I am definitely over-leveled. But I'm just going through like the previous area just to do rescue missions so that I can up my badge level, I think. But I mean, there's nothing much else that I need to do? Question mark. Recruit every Pokemon, become Guild Master. Make a family, raise kids. Mega Evolve. Wait, this is 3rd gen. There's no Mega Evolve. There's so much. Ooh, what the fuck? Go to sleep. How many turns does the gut have? Okay, finally you stop enduring. Holy shit. Endure is actually absolutely broken in this game. But you think I care for such thing as no such stuff? One of my favorite fucking Pokemon is a fucking child kidnapper for the form of balloon. Oh, you mean Drifloon? No. Yeah. Oh, this is normal level for this part of the story, just over level because dungeon is no level. Ah, oh yeah, this is like the previous dungeon. But I almost got destroyed by a Heracross. I don't know how guts work, honestly. I only know how guts work in Monster Hunter, but not here. Menu. A whole lot of nothing. And a bunch of bugs. Stop. Insomnia. And Kobo gave up ground when Monsignor decided to... I mean... Yeah. Nice. 100% definitely. I mean, that's like the best grab attack in any Monster Hunter game. No contest. Oh no. There's a bunch of nothing. A bunch of nothing. Ooh. Wait, Houndoom is Ravage Field, right? So there's a chance for you to recruit Houndoom? Ooh. I love the amber noise. Oh. That's such a good sound design. Oh. Getting dizzy for hunger? Oh yeah. Oh! Whoa, wait, what? Huge apple does that? Wait, I could just wait until... Wow. Well, now we know. Is there Puccina? There is Puccina to recruit. Roland's like the Puccina. I mean, it is kinda cute. I love Huge Apple. Yeah, Huge Apple is great. Yay, Pucci. Almost anything gentry is in here. I can almost visibly hear it. Sorry, not visibly hear it, but audibly hear it. Visibly hear? I love English sometimes. Nice. I did it. Oh my god, I'm so tanky. Nichi Bachu. And then 12, okay. Gonna catch all the good doggo boy. A 200? Holy shit. The mouth. What's going on? All the mist? No, the canyon is actually very like empty. Lucario also Gen 3, right? Or Gen 4? Wait, I thought isn't Lucario Gen 2? Shit, I don't know. I have no idea. Four, 3 or 4. Okay. My bad. I thought it's like Gen 2 or something. Because Lucario is like Steel type and Steel type got introduced in Gen 2. That's why I thought. Yeah, I guess we can leave now. Yes. All 5 quests done. Magnemite? They introduced Steel type first in Gen 2. Oh, look at that Puccina! Nice. Nice. Oh, I love Aaron. Ice Bum! And Sky Kami. Lucario is kinda in this game, but only a statue. Whoa, so did they predict Lucario? Uh-oh. Oh, wow, another earthquake? Story? I guess it's settled down. There've been a lot of earthquakes lately. Oh, already awake, Tylra? There was another earthquake earlier, right? There have been so many, I can't get a decent night's sleep. Hey! Hi. Hey, Lomber. What's up? We need you at the square, everyone's gathering there. Is there something wrong? I'm not really sure. Shiftry's calling everyone out. He's getting the other rescue team to come. Let's go. Okay. How did Totodile still didn't snap with you? I don't know. I want Totodile to sleep with me. Wow, look at all the Pokemon! Looks like they sent out a lot of rescue teams for help. I've seen some pretty famous leaders from faraway places. That Shiftry, I wonder what he's planning to do with all these rescue teams. Are we gonna go take on Groudon now? And can I get everyone's attention here? It's not my style to get up in front of everyone like this, and... Sorry, this isn't time for that. There's big trouble! Alakazam's team went underground, yeah. But they haven't returned! What? Is that true? Yes, unfortunately. Alakazam led his team underground to quell Groudon, and that's it, we haven't heard anything from them. To be honest, we have no idea what became of them. No idea? How is that possible? This is Alakazam you're talking about. But they haven't come back, that's for real. That's right, and it sounds as if Groudon is out of our league. What? It's that tough? This Pokemon named Groudon? Why don't you go on the ground and see for yourself? You gotta be kidding me. There's magma flowing everywhere underground. I'll burn out if I went anywhere like that. And quiet, please be quiet. There's no denying that it is dangerous underground. It's not a place where just anyone can go. That's why I asked so many rescue teams to gather today. I proposed that a special team to be formed by choosing the best of the best. Who will step forward? Who among us will be the heroes to take on the challenge underground? Hey Tylra, this is some chance, let's go for it. Don't bother, you guys. What's with you? Can you get out of the way? You guys have gotten a lot tougher, that's for sure, but there's plenty of tougher Pokemons out there. Blastoise? I mean, Blastoise is like... So this Blastoise, Octillery can do it. Mr. Mime probably? Raichu can just like sit down. Fnaffy, no. Eye-Bomb, no. Golem, no. Pinsir, no. Bayleaf? He's Ground Fire, I believe. Yeah, Groudon is Ground Fire, so Blastoise Octillery is like top choice. Scyther has like Leaf type or like Grass type moves, but I don't think Scyther has. Pinsir maybe, but it's all like mostly Bug types. I don't know. Blastoise could solo it, yeah. Oh, Groudon is only ground. Shit. Okay. So water, grass against it. Ice? No. Ice is normal, I think. Oh, they did. Yippee! Anakazam is missing. Krabrev? You need to play the next gen mystery dungeon to sleep with your partner. So it's the Explorer of Sky, right? I need to sleep with Totodile. Look at that. I'll go. Whoa! It's Blastoise! You mean Team Hydro's Roughneck Blastoise? Those water sprouts on its back can rocket water so fast that it punches through thick iron plates. It's rumored Groudon is a ground type. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. I am a water type, strong against a ground type. My Hydro Pump will put Groudon down in one shot. I'll join the party too. Octillery? Yeah, see? Called it. She's Team Constrictor's leader. She's known for persistent and clingy attacks. She ensnares foes with her tentacles, then headbutts them. She'll be nasty to face in any battle of endurance. Darlings, when I see a tough Pokemon, I want to tangle with them. Oh my god. Say, how about not forgetting about me? Golem? He's the most brutal of Team Rumble Rock. His body is rock hard. Wow. He's supposed to be able to withstand huge explosions without taking damage. If Groudon's awakened underground, that suits me fine. I'll use my rock throw to keep it buried underground. Oh, Blastoise Octillery Golem! He is the explosion, Rip Golem. You're probably going to one round Groudon with Bullet Seed? Yeah, I know, right? My Bullet Seed is bomb. No one could complain about your selection. We will have these 3 rescuers head underground. Yeah, good choice. You're representing us, make us proud. Let's go. Bye bye. Win it for us. Save Alakazam's team. See? They look pretty tough. Let them handle things. Okay, I guess we can't say anything, Tylra. Sad. I wish we could have gone too, but that's just too bad. We'll let Blastoise's team take care of things underground. We'll keep giving it our best in our rescue work. Fair. We're gonna go we're gonna go sooner or later anyway. Look, we are the protagonist. Golem's the explosion. When a Bulbasaur learns Seed Bomb. A Seed Bomb is Gen 3 move, right? Or is it Gen 5 onwards? Oh my god, there's so many knowledge that I don't even know. Fuck. Oh, I'm full. Stat-wise, Charizard and Tyranitar could also do it easy. Stat-wise, but Charizard would... Oh, it's ground type. Yeah, Charizard could just, like, not get hit. Because Charizard is flying type. Not dragon, by the way, funny. And Tyranitar can just rock type? But rock type and ground type is just like a... Seed Bomb Gen 4 Bulbasaur can learn, but not this game. Oh, crap. I love hoarding things. Let's sell all. Oh, money. Money. Ice Spam is 8,000. Holy shit. Secret Power and Dig? Huge Apple. Oh. Huge apple. Yeah, huge apple. What, 30k? Great Canyon, Lapis Cave, Mountain Blaze. Don't I have Mountain Blaze? Rescue my rival? Did I not do this? Oh crap, I missed it. No, I have to go to Great Canyon again? I made a mistake. Fine. What? I'm close to fainting. Survivor said that. God, I love Survivor even more now. Jijakun? Dodo appears to be stuck. Alright, we're going to Great Canyon again. God damn it. I guess we could just like speed run. We don't need to look at every single item. Never mind. Okay, so 7, 10, 11. Yeah, just speed run that, it's fine. Like, we don't need so many items. Even though I like hoarding things, we just bring one huge apple. Any things we can get, we get it. If we see the ladder, just get it. One apple, one huge apple. Yes. Actually, no, we don't want huge apple. It's okay. We only bring huge apple when we go to unknown places. We bring 3 apple. Huge apple is invaluable. I can get Mega Boba Belly. Hi, Merp. You goddamn fucking adorable Kobo. Kobo, fuck yeah. Well, what if Merp is adorable? Gonna fucking explode. Explode into flames of sheer awesomeness and smells of coconut? Coconut. Coconut kinda nice. Coconut is like a big deal in Malaysia, or like in Southeast Asia in general. Alright, Great Canyon it is. We're gonna bring Best Bug. Oh yeah, also, I hope Merp is doing heckin' good. Welcome, Merp. Welcome. Hope Merp is doing heckin' roll-tastic. The ankles. I just got up, did sleep very bad, but now I'm good again. Oh, yeah, it seems like a lot of people are not getting a good night's sleep these days. It's kind of weird too. I mean, I also have a kind of a bad sleep for the past few days. Thankfully not yesterday, so... blessings, blessings. But I'm glad you are good now. I only know the German names of these poke things. German name? I am so curious. I mean, I only know the Chinese of Bulbasaur because I don't watch as much Pokemon back then. And then eventually, when I watch Pokemon, it's Japanese. Oh, I only played the Chinese version of Pokemon, Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Blue back then. Like a ROM on PC back then. I remember like 火球鼠、妙蛙种子 and then stuff like that. 火焰龙、杰尼龟。Bulbasaur is Bisasam. Bisasam. The blue one is Arcani, and the one with sight up is Seaclaw. That sounds very cool, Seaclaw. I kind of love the name Seaclaw. Bisasam is kind of funny. Sweet 秋龟 bukan lah 杰尼龟不是 The German name for Rockruff sounds cute. Rockruff? Oh, the dog! I mean, of course, the classic Pikachu. I honestly abhor Pikachu. I think they named it so because his arms look like sickles, and the sickle in Germany is sichel. Rockruff was Woofles. Oh, that's kinda cute. Because dogs in Germany go woof woof? I mean... Don't all dogs go woof woof? Unless, like, different spelling, like W-O-O-F instead? Nice. 7, 11, 7 and then 11, 12, right? 7, 10, 11, okay. Not 7, 11. I always found Wonginao to be a really funny name for Wobbuffet. Dogs go arf or bark? Oh right, bark, of course. Yips or yaps and wolf? Yip, yip. Always yip, forever yip, all the yips. Yip friend, yip. 7-Eleven Family Mart my news Oh, it doesn't go that far. On the last room. 7. Yep. Hi, Gogena. I can almost redeem 150k. Shit, I need to do 150k soon. I'm still doing Jade's one. It's probably gonna take a few more weeks, I feel like. I'll try to do it if I can off stream as well, but that's like very less likely. But like if I can, I'll definitely do it. I'm still so I'm sorry. Like I'm supposed to do art today, but I'm not doing it. I'm not a responsible kobold. Thanks for the pet, Nexus. One shot. Kobold has bubble belly addiction. I kinda do. I just kinda want to see where the story is going because I'm so invested. Okay, 7. Why does Heracross do so much damage always? What move the Heracross do? One attack, I think? It was too far away. I don't think Heracross did a move, just a regular attack. And it did like 30 something damage. I mean, sure, I have defense debuff, but... What? Oh, god damn it. And now it doesn't hurt. Oh, 55! Oh, thank you, Mert. Thank you for 55 so much. Thank you, Mert. Yep. To think Heracross got Mega Evolved? There's a Mega Evolution for Heracross? Bird. Insomnia. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, okay. Ooh, 777. Can we sleep? Yep, I have a feeling. Insomnia. Oh, survivor. I want survivor. And then 10, 11. Your power is back? Yeah. sorry about 2 days ago. Like the power outage just suddenly comes here and it's like, oh god. Scared me a little bit. But hi, Tiger. Welcome. They must have plugged the Voltorb in or something. Yeah, they must have messed with the electrode. Oh. Sleep. Owl cannot sleep. I guess found one of the streams I frequent again. I love how sometimes I feel like Twitch is like such a small place. You know, people who knows each other suddenly met on like a different streamer. I just think that's very fancy in a way. It's kinda cool, I like it. Oh, I will drink, thank you. Hey. Thank you, Tiger. For me, it's like, didn't you say you go to sleep? Why are you here? Me? I mean, I was very sleepy. Still am. Nice. Sometimes Twitch be like that. I found first and now suddenly show unexpectedly in someone else's VR chat stream. It happens, right? It feels like Twitch is such a small place. But then again, Twitch is such a big place. The coincidence. Got him. More sleep. I love it here, honestly. There's like top tier streamer. Super cozy. When it comes to food crime time. Oh yeah. I do watch like sometimes sometimes we watch some street food videos together. Street food from around Taiwan, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, India. Yeah. For the fun of it. 11. In fact, honestly, thinking about it, Tylra is probably the most chill reaction streamer. Oh! Remember that sad Malacca food trip? Wait, you went to Malacca food trip? The one you show? Oh. Yeah, I think I remember which one. It's so depressing. Oh, ankle biter. Level. More HP. 41111. Nice. I don't remember how I discovered this stream. It might have been for a raid a while back. Probably. I'm also not too sure. I'm just glad that, you know, I'm just glad people can find my stream sometimes. It's great. Food is not a crime. No. Like like we watch some street food videos and some of them is like very scary. Ooh, nice. It says I followed on April 4th of this year. Oh, that's quite a while ago. F Foxes? It might be in pizza? Watch K's Kitchen and this is sausage, this crime. Fuck, dude, I watch I watch K's special fried rice and I feel like I'm dying. Uncooked rice on a fucking wok. 看到我都被打喊了一下打麻将过去。Just get a rice cooker. And it's super tasty and we can't eat it. Oh, it's so scary. That's the fun of it. You don't get to taste it. That's how most Brits cook. I'm pretty sure. Just K's. I'm not pointing K's at everyone. Just K alone. World War I pots, pans, and bowls. And then the taste test. The taste test is like the scariest thing ever. Don't ingest that. It's bad. Uh-oh. There's a Taurus that took away a special band. I need that. The special band sells for like 1500. Is that the one? It's on the run. Oh my god, I can... Oh! It might have been Kitsu. April 4th is a Thursday, and by the time Kitsu were raided in here, it would have been early Thursday morning. Probably back the right here to it somewhere. Got him. Wait, no special band? Is it you? Give me back my special band. Well, it's not yours, but I want it. What? Oh god. It might just be gone. Fine. I miss her a lot, I do too. Huh? Did something happen to her? I hope it's nothing too bad. I think we're almost done with this place. More survivor? Yeah, we good. We even found a gummy here. Yeah. Done. Survivor. There we go. We're silver rank now. Yeah, she... Oh god, I'm so sorry. But left behind a strong and amazing community. She was so proud and supporting for trans girls. She's the reason I even started Bless Her. Man, yeah, bless her heart for doing that, really. And sorry about that, I didn't know. Maybe we now need to save the team? Question mark? Oh, another earthquake. There have been so many quakes lately. I wonder when they'll settle down. What? And Tylra, there's a commotion down in the square. A lot of Pokemon have already gathered there. Let's go to the square right now. Okay. Oh yikes, did they lost? Hey, Lomre. What's up here? Hey, Ankle Pilot. Well, you should just go see for yourself. Oh shit. It's Blastoise. Shift 3, what's going on here? They were wiped out in the underground dungeon. You're kidding! That place, it's rough, seriously. We couldn't get far enough to even see Groudon. I don't want to ever go back to the place that bad. It appears the dungeon underground is far worse than we'd imagined. Uh-oh. What fools! That's what you get for trying the impossible. Gengar? Why don't you shut up? This is about saving Alakazam's team. We have to try. You really find thinking hard, don't you? Even they look smart compared to you. It's too much. Even Blastoise went down. It's gonna be awful tough. Just shoot Blastoise. Turtok in German. Turtok? Turtok. Who want to go into the dungeon that dangerous? There's no way. I can't go. I burn too easily. I can't take earthquakes. It'll be like going and knowing full well we get wiped. Everyone. You see, even they finally seem to understand the situation. My leafy fence would burn up. Even Shiftry. Get over it. Don't expect to be rewarded just because you tried. Sometimes it's better to wise up and give up. Did I say something profound? Tylra, I don't know anymore. What should we do? Even if it's impossible, should we still try to rescue Alakazam? Yeah. Tylra can go. Tylra can get level ups. I'm strong. I have bordered seed. Yeah, you're right. Alright, Tylra. Everyone listen. We're going to rescue Alakazam's team. What? What did they say? Hey, who are they? Can't say I know them. It's Team D-Ankles! They're well known around these parts. Team D-Ankles? You mean the lot that was suspected of involvement in the Ninetales legend? I heard about that. Weren't they living like fugitives until recently? Can they handle it? They don't look very tough. Sure, the rescue might be too much for us to handle, but we're still a rescue team. I wanted to help Pokemon that were suffering from the natural disasters. That's why we started our rescue team. That's why I want to rescue Alakazam's team more than anything. Never giving up. That's what the Team Ankles, Team D-Ankles takes pride in. D-Ankles. You really aren't very bright, are you? I don't care. Why don't you do like everyone else and wise up? No, Ankle Biter is right. Why is Gengar like... It doesn't benefit Gengar in any way, unless he's the one behind everything. I mean, if Gengar is the one behind everything, then Gengar should not even be here. But if Gengar is not, what's the point of Gengar just like trying to let everyone give up and sabotage everything? Just for the fun of it, I guess? Shoot Gengar? Yeah, I want to do it too. He will become roast cabbage. No, I'm strong. That's right, I wasn't thinking straight out of fear. We all forgot the most important thing. We are rescue teams. Right. We have it too. Pride as rescuers. Yeah. Have you lost your senses? Why would you listen to that clown and worse be persuaded? Why go if you're facing certain defeat? Is that so? We've only failed once. Blastoise! This is no time to be lying around. Yeah, no more wallowing in woe is me, self-pity. If we give up, that's how it ends. Not for me. Artillery and Golem too. You lot, that wasn't the tune you were whistling just a little. Aye, that's right. There've got to be ways we can get through. If we all pull together, we'll be sure to find a way. We'll conquer the dungeon by having all the rescue teams cooperate. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Yeah. Are you dreaming? Don't say I didn't warn you when you get into a world of pain. Oh, third talk. Just join forces to try again? More Pokemon is more power. Yeah, I think they did mention that. Finally. You stopped us from throwing away the most important thing we have. Pride. My thanks from all of us. Everyone, it's time to get to work. Let's show them what we rescue teams are really about. Yeah! We got held up by the trouble we had with Gengar. But now we're finally going off to the underground dungeon. I know we are not leaving till tomorrow, but I'm like buzzing with excitement. We should spend today getting ready. Let me know when you're ready to roll. So, I guess we're not going to... So we do need to get the silver rank. What? Oh, whoa! Hi, whoa. Thanks for the 25 stream stick. Appreciate. A quick shotgun for every party member. Shotgun good. Yeah, I wasn't wrong about you at all. I always thought you weren't the ordinary sort. I'll keep your valuables under my watchful eye. You can go out and fight without worrying about them. I love Kagashkan. Also, hope you're doing good work. I guess it's time to take all the good stuff out. Might be overtaking too many stuff. I guess only one huge apple, just for the buff, just for the like up a bit. Two orange berry, three reviver seed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna need a lot of reviver seed. One max elixir should be enough. We're gonna store one more apple. No, I think apple is like the kind of the most important thing that I should get. Maybe? Rose rare berry? It feels like I might get burned a lot over there since it's like underground and we're fighting against Groudon. I'm bringing one rare berry. Right, I think that's what we're gonna get. Rare. Oh my goodness, yes! Angobinder's talk was such an inspiration. It has stoked a raging fire in our hearts. I will keep bringing in fine merchandise. This I do for you. So, Hello. Alright, what do you have? Huge apple. Hey, yeah. Hey, Brian. How goes the monster hunting? Kinda good. I'm very stoned now. I mean, it's kind of a monster hunting when it comes to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's just they're not called monster. But I think it's close enough. Ankle Biter's words shook me up with inspiration, especially the part about taking pride. It left me choked up. It isn't just you, my brother. I am likewise inspired beyond words. Brother! My brother! I will do my best to obtain even better technical machines and orbs. All with the pride of a merchant. Attract. These are not that good. Oh yeah, hi again, Brian. Oh! Why am I getting knocked to death and a helicopter? Ooh. I'm an actual helicopter, wow. Okay, 2 orange berry, 3 apple, 1 huge apple. I'm gonna go store something. The iron thorn is not like sticking together, so I need to fix this. There should be plenty enough. One huge apple for the buff, 3 apple for everything, orange berry for heal a little bit, 3 reviver seed just in case. Sorry, 3 reviver seed, yeah. Rocks for ankle biter, 1 max elixir because I'm probably gonna use a lot of moves. Yeah, I think that's good enough. This magma cavern, it was teeming with tough Pokemon, that's for sure. Strong against fire, but that place is special. How special are you talking about? Oi, you lot shouldn't go. The magma cavern is alive with flames. You'll be burned up. We can't do that. We're a rescue team too. We cannot stand idly by. The magma cavern. Above all, there were many fire-type Pokemon. Fire-type Pokemon. I think they would burn me up in no time. But no, I mustn't make excuses for myself. Now it's time for each and every one of us to make a stand. The several rescue teams have already left for the magma cavern. Here, you guys take care too. Of course. Aren't you remarkable? Your money will be jealously guarded, so few secure on your outings. Nice. More money. Always more money. I'll do my best to get more friend areas. Because Tylra's team are my friends. Wow. You didn't do shit. I still cannot buy any new friend areas. Dang it. Fine. Alright, more or less ready. I think this is what I'm gonna bring. 1 huge apple. Let's go give the good old save first. Oh hey, are you ready to roll? All set. Alright, all set. We should go get a good night's sleep then. We will roll out tomorrow. Sleep. Sleep good. I like sleep. Da 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 da. I'm in that dream again. Carnivore. It's tomorrow, isn't it? That you take to the underground dungeon. Yeah. They make it sound like one terrible place. I wonder if you'll be okay. You will be fine. I'm certain that you will succeed, Tylra. You have my support. Please, go with strength. I will, thank you. I'm feeling a little braver now. I will go for it. By the way, kind of what did you know? Do you know what it's like underground? Or what Groudon is like? No, I'm sorry to say. I can't envision it. Okay. I thought maybe you knew something the way you said it. No, I only wanted to give you encouragement. I'm sorry. No, that's fine. I'm happy you tried to cheer me up, thank you. But there's one thing that I can foresee. Huh? Your role is coming to its end little by little. My role is ending? You became a Pokemon in order to fulfill a certain role, and that role brought you here. Now that role is finally drawing to its conclusion. Gardevoir, tell me, what is my role? When did I become a Pokemon? When the time comes, I think I can tell you when this adventure is finished. Au revoir. Home home baguette? What, so our role is to... like, our role is to just get Groudon and save Alakazam. Come on in here, get a good night's sleep. This is it. Let's give our best and rescue Alakazam. By the way, I hate Alakazam. Gardevoir said she would tell me everything when this adventure is over. Is going underground the adventure she meant? Would she tell me if we rescue Alakazam's team? Hey. What, are you stunned? Let's go already. Good. Good. You will become Pokemon forever? If only. I mean, but I want to become a dragon type though. We're not gonna bring any friends with us, it's fine. Right. Here we go. Oh, that's very far away. So, this is it. The underground cavern where Groudon is. Look at the flowing streams of lava. It wouldn't surprise me if this dungeon is scorching hot. The other rescue team should already be inside. Let's get in there and give it our best. I've already committed to being a Pokemon forever. I'm legally named Eevee after all. Oh man, that's amazing. Nidoqueen! Oh my god, it's Nidoqueen and Sandshrew? Oh yeah, it's ground type. Nidoking? How much health do I have? 60? About 80 something? What? Okay. Now all you need is someone to be a part of your rescue team. If you will have a rescue team. Snipe, Nidoqueen. Oh. Had a feeling. I'm gonna explore every single place here. The snipe. With my trusty partner Vaporeon. Ooh, wait, is it sensing my shoulder? Come on, leap motion, that's my shoulder, not my hand. Not much. Wait, Tailwhip will miss? Now you just need to name your team. What would Team Eevee and Vaporeon be? Maybe I'm kinda over-leveled. Damn me. Yay. Team, did you know? First thing that came to mind was Team Transpians. Transpians. Adorable. Sorry about my hand. That's not my hand, that's my shoulder. See, that's my I'm moving my shoulder. Come on, leap motion. That's my shoulder, not my hand. I know, right? It's such an adorable name. Transpians. What? Murachi! Yay. Doesn't feel like you're poison point? Oh, speaking of, there's the poison point. Okay, I got it. Yay. Horny sleep. Nice. See, ankle biter and Baba Yip is pretty strong. Okay. That's a really strong poison sting. Let's load my head. Come on. Nice. It's okay, I have max elixir. Should be fine. Dead end? Oh wow, it's a huge dead end. Grey Kami. Oh my god, that hurt. Nah. Nice. My level went up. And 91 HP, crazy. Everyone has poison sting. Oh, that hurt. The forbidden 5-turn sleep strikes again. Strikes again. Forbidden 5-turn sleep. Can we do it again? Maybe? We don't know about that, but that's still forbidden. There was at least a 4-turn sleep. Oh, new thorn? I'm always kind of scared when Ankle Biter just starts attacking Needle King or Needle Queen. Silver Spike. Is it like a stronger version of Iron Thorn? Inflicts damage if it hits. Okay. Maybe I should give Iron Thorns to Ankle Biter. Yeah. Just throw away. Needle King's a heavy sleeper. Special band. Oh. Wait, special band is good for me, right? It gives special attack. And all of my attacks are special. I'm taking it. Oh. Nice. Secret power. We should eat a huge apple. Oh, it's so good. Oh. My god, what a sniper. Why this scared me? Oh, I don't know why this scared me so much. I'm okay. I'm okay. Don't worry. That was weirdly loud. Was it loud for y'all?
Yup.
I hope not, because I'm not trying to like scare people. Red. Money. No, crap. Five razor leaf. Aww. Oh, yikes. Money? Did you take it? Oh, 200. It's a lot of money. Seventh floor. Oh my god. Oh, do you have flame point or fire point? Like a melee would cause burn. I think Magma has that ability, right? I hope it doesn't exist here. Oh! Oh god. I'm being sniped. Nice. I need healing. Nice. Oh. 24. For fire type, right? I will barely 71. I'll eat one kami. And then throw the rest for ankle bite. Come on, don't resist. Eat it. Someone says fine. Just gonna let you eat all the gummies. Nice. Gonna give ankle biter a little bit more IQ. What? Silver spike, I need that. Oh, one? Stop throwing it. No, stop throwing it. Although I don't understand why did it only do 1 damage. Have more loot? No loot? Oh, no loot. Oh, good morning, Daydreamy. Oh my god, is that Arbok? Oh my god, you look so good. Hi, Arbok. How do you sleep? What? Oh, what kind of ability that do they have? I think it's Shed Skin. How Daydreamy is doing good. Wonderful Borobu. How is the wonderful I'm doing pretty okay, yeah. Sleepy because I ate too much, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Okay, can I leech seed here? Oh, you're just gonna shed skin. Ah, crap. Yep, they got shed skinned. Oh my god! Thank you. Do I have quick dodger on? Yeah, no wonder. I'm sleepy too, story night. Oh man, that sounds comfy. I love when it's raining outside and I'm inside my home. It's like, comfy. Very comfy. Dead end? Oh my god. Yay. You have it! You have it! How long have you been hiding it? What was it called? Flame point? Flame body! You have it! God damn it! Oh, mobile? Mobile, right? Yeah. Pie. I couldn't stay here for too long. Nice. Oh. Burn is not that bad. See, I'm healing more than it's dealing damage to me. Nah, burn is okay. Did you take it? It's mine. It's not you? Burn is fine. Power band? Where have I not went to? Oh, it must be in that room. We go from above. Not you? I've given into sleepiness and now I'm sitting up in bed watching all my laptop. To be fair, I did wake up close to 13 hours ago. Whoa. That sounds like sleep is good. You know, sometimes I feel like my stream is to convince people to go sleep. More is the tanky in later gen called Steel Fairy. Oh yeah, I was like, because when I first saw Mobile, is it Mobile? I think the name. It was really tanky. I remember playing it in. Is it in Pokemon X? I don't remember. I need to find the power band. Are you the one that has the thing? Here is coffee streamer. Yeah, I'll take it. Because of this, I did turn down a lot of my redeem noises. Oh, there it is. Also, I hate fairy type because I'm a dragon type simp. I did a lot today, get lots of stuff when my partner comes in 2 weeks. Lots of new towels and other stuff for the house to make it look better. Oh, that sounds amazing. New stuff is always nice. I think Quick Dodger might be a little bit too strong. Is it just me? It dodges even the effect of like the buffs. No. I'm not too afraid of your flame body, you know? Or I get burned like that. Right, let me heal real quick. Is it a bunch of dead end? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess. Is burn going to reduce my damage? Because burn does reduce physical damage in mainline games. It doesn't seem to reduce my damage. My cargo? Who's my cargo again? Is it Numel's? I think it's Numel's evolved form. What? I can explore? Oh, it's Slugmas. The 10th floor? I think we're doing things pretty quickly now. Now that I feel like, you know, more comfortable with the controls and stuff. Arbok is so cute. When Arbok sleeps, look at that. Kinda, I love Arbok. And I love Survivor. Arbok looks so shiny in this game. I'm not scared. I'm not focused at all. Time for me to get ready to bed. See you, Tylra. See you, Vincent. Have a good bed. Have a good sleep. Oh. Ankle bited the sniper? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, very nice. What? Nice, nice. What's more Vile's type here? Why is grass not effective? Is it ground? I mean, ground would not be not effective. Shit, I don't know. Okay. Wow, how many floors that this one has? 15? Oh, I did Iron Thorn. Alright, that's all the moves I have. I don't know if I should eat Max Elixir. I drink now? Should drink. I need to drink more water. I feel like I'm not being too good lately. Yay. No. Yay. Hi, Swift. Hello, adorable Cornelia. Hello to all the Dirks and hello, chat. Hi, Swift. Hope you're doing good. Oh, hey. Thanks for the book and the pet. Thank you. Still 6 of them. I only have one max elixir. I feel like I'm okay with not having moves for now. It's okay, I'm not gonna eat max elixir. I'm gonna throw rocks instead, like a kobold should. Throwing rocks. Apple? Apple? I don't need to throw rocks here. Yeah. Apple. Oh. Oh my god, it's all dead ends. Do you have the gummy? Nice. Oh, I'm cringing. I'm cringe. Alright, let's go. Racket band. Hold item that helps awaken hostile sleeping Pokemon. Only works against Pokemon that were asleep from the start. Why would I want that? That hurts. I can tank. I'm getting so lucky. Eat floor apple. I'm sure it's fine. Looks like my Bulbasaur is not very picky about gummy. Like most of the gummy that I ate, it seems Bulbasaur just likes it. Nice. 2T9. 31111. Uh-oh. No. How much does this do? That's a lot of damage. Oh. They took away my experience points. I'm just gonna throw all the silver spikes. Ah, god damn it. This is a pure saboteur, this one. Like, took the last hit of R-Rock so that I can get experience points, and then trying to throw away all the items that I can get. Man. 15 floor. Scope lens? Ooh, oh my god, wait, I need one scope lens. Oh, something? Do you have the scope lens? Wait, actually. For moves and attacks, critical hit. On moves and attacks. Wait, even regular attack? I think I want it. I'll give Ankle Fighter things to throw. Because for special ban, I think Ankle Fighter only has water gun? Yeah, only water gun. Oh my god, I can crit. My normal hit can crit. This is insane. Oh my god, it crit again. It crit. No way. I just got a triple crit. What the heck? I just got triple crit. There's no way. Grimer. That crit again. Scope lens to OP. I'm pretty sure normally regular attacks would not be able to crit. But because of scope lens, well. Are we gonna go for 20? Yeah, I'm gonna eat max eat. I'm gonna eat max elixir now. We might be going for 20. This is a huge heckin' dungeon. Steel type. Silver, steel type. This is fire type? No. Non-sleeper. No. Wait, really? The Pokemon resist sleep from traps and the moves of foes. Or resist. So is it like entirely resist? Self-cure, huh? That's too good. I just resist sleep entirely. No. No. Ooh. Nice! 29. Leveled. 1111. Yeah, Totodile just doesn't get HP anymore. Kinda weird. Yeah, I think Sleep Powder plus Scope Lens is just broken. Well, not exactly broken, but it makes the game significantly easier. Not when that happens. Finally? What? Oh my god, it's disabled. Nice. Yeah, we might be going for 20. That's money. Oh, it's starting to rain outside. Oh my god. Ah, crap. Rain good. Oh, I'm not gonna get ASP. Oh, thank goodness. Maybe like 1 health. Nice, nice. Ankle Binder doesn't like to use water gun for some reason. I should have eaten the max elixir earlier. What the fuck? No! How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 enemies in one room. Huh? We should probably run. But I feel like I can't take them on. How about... I want Totodile to go left. Nah, I got this. Just raise the leaf until we win. Straight line. Nice, nice. Snipe. Oh crap, I'm misinput. This is fine. Music is a jam though. Nice, we did it. Well, that was a little scary. Kobo, you're only meant to take that many dragons at once. I'm not sus know what you're talking about. I mean... Kobo wants that many dragon to... Yeah. having that many dragon to look at me. Oh my god. Eat that red kami. Scope lens is too good. Oh, I didn't get experience points from that. Power band. Raspberry? Self-curer, nice. I love how you're in lava tunnels and Muck is the main enemy. It sounds like the town in what is that again? You know the Gen 1 fire town where you have to go through like a place that's a bunch of Grimus and Muck? No, anything you know lava related? I know, right? Like, where's Slugma and Numel and stuff like that? It's just not there anymore. Why do I see flashing on OBS screen? Is it just me? See? Oh, why is it like that? Why is it white in the middle? Oh, that's weird. Special ban. I kinda want these items for money. I kinda want money. I ain't go by to stop dodging it. Nice. Of course, Combo wants the money instead of actually using things. I want the money! Yeah, see, Woe gets it. Money good. I use Apple and Kami. Oh. Why am I terrified? Oh, the target stench is overwhelming. Okay. Oh. Nice. If we're gonna crit out of that. I'm actually a lot of weird noises. Wow, that's kinda spooky. I'm hearing like very distant singing noise. Why is it so scary? Oh my god. $20. Got him. Again? Oh no, it keeps missing. I can tank, I can tank. Nice. Triple rock throw. Very tanky. Nice. Barely. Okay. Done. No problem. No problem. 21? Oh, holy shit, how many floor are there? I only brought one max elixir. I don't have any more. Oh no. There are at least 21? At least? Oh, that's crazy. It's a tad bit too long, in my personal opinion. I guess this is like the final dungeon, so they kinda want to make it dramatic, question mark? But then again, you know, I could just like go to the ladder, go to the staircase just like that, but I kinda want to just explore everything. It's kinda on me as well. I could just like run off. What? Is Onyx usually that big? I think that's 25. 25. How do you sleep? Double money. Nice. Are you out of rocks to throw? You might be. Here, have this. Yeah. Throw away. You had to do it. Nice. Level 30. I almost at 100 health now. Crazy. How many are Dragon Breath? That's kinda hard. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's Dragon Breath. It's still kinda hard. It keeps missing. Ooh, ranged? It's okay. Ankle biter is also sniper. With how much spikes I gave to ankle biter, everything is fine. I think that's a dead end. Yep. Two left. Game, really, please. I think the obvious footage you guys seeing has like some white flashing sometimes. I don't know if you guys see it, but it's on my end. Well, on OBS, the game that I'm playing itself doesn't have that. So sorry if it's happening on your end. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know what that is. Maybe the capture card is acting up? Nice. Oh, 24. Oh my god. Well, that was a long run, and I think there's more because of this. Yeah. Cavern Pit. Oh my god, there's more! I think it's a little bit too long. Alright, here we go. Okay, at least that's pretty nice. 24-hour stream confirmed. Nola. I cannot do 24 hours stream. My brain will get fried. I think I did 3 times 18-hour stream, and it was already very painful. I don't know how people can do like 24-hour stream or like more than 24-hour stream non-stop. It's like, oh wow, holy shit. the endurance is crazy. Steelix. It's actually Steelix. Wow. Oh boy, he needs to go to sleep again. Oh, it's kinda scary. How much health do you have? Oh. Okay, quite a lot of health. Wow, they hurt. Yeah, the damage is not a joke. Holy shit. I need healing. That works. Yay. It's almost like they're at your level. Yeah. Oh, did we do it? Let's see. I wonder where we are. I know we've come pretty far. Oh, quick! Quick! Oh, settle down. Hey, dear, over there. What? Oh, yikes. Hey, snap out of it. Ugh. Ow. What happened here? We challenged Groudon and wiped out Groudon? Ugh. It crushed us. Wait, what about Alakazam? Where did Alakazam go? Alakazam is still battling Groudon. We gotta hurry. Right, we're going in. Be careful. I will. Come on, stop getting excited about being squished by a dragon. Yeah, Groudon is not. Groudon is not really dragon though. I mean, sure, it kind of looks cool, but it's more like Godzilla instead of Ghidorah. You know what I mean? Oh, Alakazam, are you okay? So, it's you. Kisamaka. Stay back. This opponent is no laughing matter. I still hate you, Alakazam. Here it comes. Coming? To where? Alakazam? Oh, what the fuck? Coming? The high brain. That salmon brain. Hi. Coming. Yeah, coming. Big lizard. Big lizard. On combo. Okay, I mean, big lizard? Sure. FBI Kuma. What the fuck? Did I say? Oh my god, I said that. Crazy. Alakazam's gone. Oh, wow. Big Dirk. Big lizard. Was he maybe knocked out? Darn it, it's our turn next. But I'm not going down without a fight. Hang tough. Let's go, ankle biter. Yo, I'm not fully healed. Alright, nanti dulu bagi saya makan dulu. Let's go Bullet Seed. Can you sleep actually? Please tell me you can sleep. Oh. Nice. No fucking way. Hooray, Bullet Seed. Leveled. Groudon is like, I don't know. Bullet Seed, easy. Oh, we did it. Alakazam, let's go. Let's go, Bullet Seed. Oh, hey. Look, it's Alakazam. Charizard and Tyranitar too. What? Just putting the embodiment of Earth to sleep casually. Bulbasaur OP confirmed? Yeah. Baba Yips 3 OP. Ugh. Did you do it? Groudon? Are you alright? Yes, fine. We will be fine, but we must get out immediately. What about Groudon? Will it be okay? Your concern is unneeded. It will awaken soon enough. It had lost control only because it was enraged from having its sleep disturbed. It should calm down. What? Another quake? Out! Quickly! Baba best starter, not Charmander. That random Bullet Seed tier you found is carried you so much, but also it's usually kind of hard to play without it. Oh, I got so fucking lucky. Yeah, it feels like Bulbasaur only has Vine Whip to work with, right? Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Leech Seed. If Vine Whip can do, but Vine Whip is just not as strong as Bullet Seed. Yeah, it carried me like 200%, even 1000%. That I'm not even gonna downplay Bullet Seed. It's so fucking good. It's too good actually. It breaks the game. It actually breaks the game. Having calmed Groudon, Tylra's team left the dungeon and returned to Pokemon Square together with Alakazam's team. We did it. Woke up early. Glad. And in the square? Is Tylra's team almost here? Look, here they come. It's true, darlings. Let's go. Hi. Great work, great work. You really took down the Groudon? Darlings, it's fantastic. You've won me over. Well, wait a second. How does everyone know about what happened on the ground? Pelipper Perspective went with an extra edition of the Pokemon news. You bunch became stronger than I expected. You can be proud of it. You lot did great. Why don't we team up sometime? You've earned everyone's respect now. Your Team D'Ankles is a first-class rescue team. Take pride in that. Ankle biter too. Team D'Ankles. Oh, I can never get over that face of Totodile. I love Totodile so much. I'm gonna cry. I will melt. I will. I'm as small as Totodile probably, but I will hug Totodile forever. Supermarket together, stress fun. Supermarket together? You want me to go to a supermarket and buy things together? Doing for? Pelipper neck? Tylra, this is great! All the work we put in, it was all worth it! Would you look at that? I didn't think someone that could take down Groudon is such a crybaby. Come on. Come on, Ankle Bite is cute. Huh? What was that? I thought I heard something just for a moment. Did I imagine it? Uh-oh. No, I heard it too. Me too. Even now, I hear it. Someone's talking. Not sure. This voice. I remember this voice. This voice, I think. That's it. It's Zatu. Zatu. That's it. Telepathy. Zatu is calling out to us using telepathy. Uh-oh. To all Pokemon, calling all Pokemon. Terrible it is. From the sky falls a star. Valstrax? From the sky comes the star. It is huge. A giant of a star. The star, it falls straight to us. Valstrax? Wait, sorry, wrong game. Valstrax. Oh, it's a co-op game. Oh, co-op game. Disasters in nature. There were many. The banners of the world, he has been upset. Yoda I am, speak like this. All because of the star. The star that slowly comes closer. Should I just do like, if it keeps coming, it will crash into the world. I cannot do Yoda. Yeah, that became Kermit actually. It shall be terrible. Something must be done. Zatu, tell us, can the falling star be stopped? There is... there is a way. I cannot. To prevent collision, there is but one solution. You must ask Rayquaza. Big Dragon. You must ask Big Dragon. Rayquaza? What might that be? A Pokemon living far above us in the sky. Legendary it is. Rayquaza must be asked to destroy the star from the sky. Ever. Far, far out in the sky lives Rayquaza, known by few and seen by none. The sky. How are we to go there? Alakazam and I amplify our teleport together and send Pokemon to the sky. However, the sky is a world above the clouds. What would become the Pokemon sent to the sky? Even I can guess nothing. Then we'll do it. We'll go. I thought there could be none but you. But are you sure? There's no telling what you would find in the world above the clouds. We expect danger. It's my wish that all Pokemon can live in peace. Anchored by the... yeah, way too nice. Anchored by the... Tylra. Do you hear? This is Zatu. Discuss we will, Alakazam and I, about how our teleport can be amplified. Departure. It is tomorrow. Rest you should until then. Last word. Dangerous will be your adventure. But fail, you must not. Surpass yourself. No problem, we'll be fine. Hey Tylra, let's get it done. I'm throwing in my lot with Team Yankles. Tyranitar. You stop the star from falling. The star. Are we gonna fight Valstrax? If they can do it too. Yeah. I love Octillery. Darlings, I can't even begin to imagine a world above the clouds. The best of luck. Legendary Pokemon, isn't it, right? Getting into it sounds difficult enough, but you cannot fail. This is getting heavy, but I have this feeling that you can do it. We need you to win. I mean, there's nothing else they can do other than just hope that I can win. You are one hope. Give me all your money. I don't know what sort of Pokemon Rayquaza is, but with you, I know it can become a friend. Friend. Wigglytuff, you actually suck. Get out. Use Bullet Seed on Star. You need more apples, berries, and atoms. Kankashkan, you do fine. I'm sure you find success. Have confidence in yourselves. I love Kankashkan. I'm gonna store the things that I don't need, that I need first. Put these in. They're gonna sell everything for money. We hope you succeed. Please don't give up. Hell yeah. Give me money. Give me money. You have huge apple. Yo, huge apple. Yes, huge apple. I don't need Reviver Seed. I also hope for your success. Fight! Flamethrower, Frustration, Secret Power. Ooh, I want Flamethrower just for funsies. Here's 8,000 for you, goddammit. We bring one huge apple, and then we're gonna bring a bunch of apples.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, yep. Oh my god. Metal. Thank you. 100 gems. Oh my god. Thank you. And Cobalt appreciate gems. Thanks for the pet. I'm gonna bring out all the, well, not all, but extra kami, just so that I can feed it to Ankle Biter. Some orange berry. So we have received 2 max elixir this time. I also don't want to bring too many things because I want to take things over there so that I can sell for money. I have more huge apple now. Maybe don't bring apple, it's fine. Just bring a bunch of huge apples. This feels like the last fight actually, but I don't know. Am I gonna fight the star or am I gonna fight Rayquaza? Probably gonna fight Rayquaza. Rayquaza is probably gonna be like, prove your worth! Kill me! Or you all die! I hate it. Item wise, I think we're good. 3 huge apple, 2 max elixir, 2 reviver seed, some rocks, and a bunch of gummy that I can feed immediately to Ankle Biter. Yeah. Money. Okay, I should go safe. Tylra, are you ready for the sky? Not yet. Alright. Give me a shout when you're all set to go to the sky. Gonna go save the game real quick. What time is now? 6 p.m. I wanna play. Let's play. I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. Like, give me a few minutes. Actually, a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. I'm ready to go to the sky now. Double check. Yeah, looks good. Yes, great. Looks like you're all set to roll. We leave tomorrow. Let's get plenty of rest tonight and get set for tomorrow. Tomorrow, let's give it everything we've got here. We're gonna fight huge noodle dragon shiny. I feel horrible. Oh, it's different this time. This is a dream, isn't it? But why? Why do I feel this terrible? This is the first time. Oh, I see. How do you like Dream Eater? Horrible, isn't it? But who would have thought you were also human before? Didn't expect that. But who cares? Someone like that sure to be some low life. I exposed you yet. I exposed what's in your heart with Dream Eater. Something's coming. You messed with the wrong asshole. Sorry, you messed with the wrong Bulbasaur asshole. Oh, why is that light? It's coming closer? Yeah, don't you dare. The pain. It's going away. Gardevoir? Gardevoir, will you tell me now who or what I am? Yes, the time has arrived. Why you have come here? I will tell you all there is to tell. Tylra, you have come to save this world. Came to save the world of Pokemon? I did? Yes. We learned that this world faced extinction, and so we sought a hero. But though we searched, nowhere could we find our hero. We were becoming discouraged. When we came across a human. Tylra, you were that human. What? Wait a second. Hero? Me? It's too much. I'm not anything special like that. Yeah. That is also what you said the first time we met. You said you were not strong. But what we sought was not power merely for display. We sought true courage. True courage? Nah, I'm even less confident about that. That too is what you said when we met. It was then that you said this. To see if you were worthy to be our hero or not. You asked that we put you to the test. And only if you were found to be truly worthy, then you were to be told the truth. To fulfill your role clear of heart and mind, you then chose to erase your memory as a human and became a Pokemon of your own will to fight alongside your friends. That is how you came to be in this world. Wow, wild. I did that? Your courage has been proven. Without question, you bear the role of saving this world. And that role, it is soon coming to its end. Stopping the media from crashing into this world. That's my role? Yeah. And when that is accomplished, you can return to your human world. Oh. So I can go back to being a human. Wait, but that means... Yes, it means parting ways with Ankle Biter. Ankle Biter... No! This is the worst game ever. Do not let me do this. I have to leave? Ankle Biter feels great kinship with you, Tylra. So, Tylra, if you were to leave, your friend would be heartbroken. But there can be nothing done, because there are encounters, there are also farewells. I too once had a friend beyond value. Truly, I cherish our friendship. But my friend has gone away. It fills me with sadness still, losing my friend. But we will meet again. That is what I believe. What was that? Who was it? Someone appears to have been looking into your dream. But it is fine now. Whoever it was ran off. Thanks for pet. All that remains in this dream is a feeling of sadness. That Pokemon, I think, ran off crying. It will be morning soon. Au revoir. This is the worst game ever. I have to part ways with Totodile. I have to part ways with Ankle Pilot. After all the things that we've done, and then there's nothing to be done about it? This is the worst game. God damn it! The game's torturing me. Morning, get a good night's sleep. This is it. Let's roll, Tylra. To the sky we go. Oh, hi, Lex. Welcome, Lex. Hope Lex is doing good. Alright, guess we're going to the sky now. You're going, hey? Buckle down and get it done. Can't even imagine what's up in the sky, but be brave. Tylra, take care, darling. Go with care. Go for it, take care. You guys can do it for sure, there's nothing to worry about. Go with confidence. Oh yeah, leaving soon? Give it your best shot, don't you lose. Oh, we came to wish you well too. Zoom, zoom. Save the world. Zoom, zoom. Wish cash? Wish cash? I'm okay. Waking up, I see Pokemon is progressing. But I don't want to part ways. Hello, I am Caterpie's mother. It's been a while. You also have my support. Please do your best and please be careful. You're soon going, but this is Tylra Ankle Biter. You cannot fail. I believe in you, so I'll be waiting for you. I'll use Harden and wait for Tylra's team to come back. Harden. Hi. I see. You're finally off. This journey promises to be harsh. I count on your perseverance. Okay. Kankashkan. This is it, isn't it? Make us proud. I see you're heading out soon. The best of luck. Wait. lens though. Oh, scope lens is so good, but X-ray specs can save so much time. I will let Ankle Biter take X-ray specs, and I'll do the damage. Oh my god, it's fine. I won't let you down. Anyway, give me 4,000 right now. Give. I guess we don't need to take anything that's throwable. I'm gonna store Silver Spike. But I'm keeping the rock because I like rocks. Have you ever talked to the Pelipper? Oh my, it's time to go. Please take care. You're going, aren't you? Go for it. I see Diglett. Oh my god. Papa hasn't come back yet. I wonder what happened to them. Oh, maybe they've already gone to the sky? Maybe they've already met Rayquaza? That's not possible. Even Papa can fly. Where did Papa go? What? Why now? Oh god. Wait, did I miss some quests? I don't know about that. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna do one save and then we're gonna go to this guy. Was that Wobbuffet? Was that Wobbuffet? I thought I saw... Huh? Oh, it's a flag. Oops. Okay, where do we go? Sky Tower. Boba House, very good. I know, right? Ah, good of you to come. Come? Where? What's going on? What is Zakdu doing? It is almost ready. The teleport gem. Teleport gem? Where? Da. It is made. This is a teleport gem. This will deliver you to the world of the sky. Now, Tylra, accept. It's the first time I heard that. That was made using the powers of psychics. By me, Alakazam, and... Oh? A ghost-type Pokemon will receive help from it. Gone away, it seems. Gengar? No way Gengar will help. What could it be? It must be bashful, let it be. Now, I must ask you this one last time. This journey will be fraught with considerable danger. Will you still go? You bet we will. We need to see Rayquaza and ask you to blow up the falling star, right? If that's what's going to bring back peace, I'm not going to think twice about giving up my life. That's why I want to make it happen. Yes, and when that wish comes true, Gardevoir said, he can return to a human world. No. This will be my last adventure with Ankle Biter. Tylra, let's do this right. We're counting on you, Ankle Biter Tylra. Oh shit. Not sus at all. Oh, ow. Oh, that's a cute sprite. Oh my god, I never seen that. Look at Totodile. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Where are we? What? Dude, this is cool. We're on clouds. Oh wow. Tira, look up there. Please don't tell me there's 40 floors here. It's a huge tower of clouds. It must be at the very top. That must be where Rayquaza is. Let's give it our best. Me. Okay. I'm thinking 40 floors. Oh no. Do you not have X-ray specs? You do? Why am I not seeing anything? Second thoughts? What? So I cannot use it. And wait, so Ankle Biter cannot use it, only I can use it? Let me try. There's no way. Oh my god, only... Oh. Fine. Kobo got this. Kobo will try her best. Grass type, right? Steel grass? Yeah. This game, I swear to god, sometimes. God damn it. This game. I bought an X-ray specs for 4K, and then the game's just like, oh hey, you want an X-ray specs? Here you go, for free. God damn it. Fine, it's 2,000, we take those. Thanks for pity. It's okay, at least now the ankle bite is really strong.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. Very emotional damage to me. Clematis. Be careful, Kobo. Make sure nothing clematis happens. What does that word even mean? Clematis? What? Oh no, ghost type? I can hit you! Oh wait, you're cheating, I can hit you. Oh fuck. Calamitis being like a calamity. Calamity is really bad, right? Eat all the kami. Man, ankle Pyler is like so kind of picky with kami. Eat it. Got him. There's no single water type kami. Nothing else, right? Okay. That's why something calamitous would be bad. Oh. Hiya, hello. Right. Calamitous. I'm gonna cry. So many kami. What? Does move lost all its Ooh. 几百件真是堵了呢。You did that to me and then now you want to join my team? I know, I don't want you around. Are you working for the team forever? I'm so pissed. It's all my razor leaf. And this is what, only 3rd floor? No. Get out. You can do to every enemy now? No, I don't want it. Why would I want to use that to every enemy when they don't even have a chance to use all their PP? They can just regular attack, you know? Like, I need my PP because I need to, like, kill things fast and get more EXP points, but they do that to me! What the fuck? Good for bosses? Well, yeah, I have Bullet Seed. Hi, SC. No, I fucking abhor that Pokemon now. What was it again? Rupet, I think? Ugh.
Shut it.
Shut it, yeah. I'm actually upset. I'm so upset. Oh, no more items, okay. I think we should be good. Tylra needs the PP. Of course I need my PP! Do you have like a billion constant rolls now? Well, if 2 is billion, then maybe? I have 2 max elixir. 2 items. One's gonna get taken? No? Looks like they can fly around. Maybe those are all shipped. They fly off the map! What the fuck? they fly off the map on the top left! Oh, now you're... thank God. I don't have moves anymore, you asshole. Oh my god, I'm dead. Can fit spite? Yeah, I'm dead. Is there Wonder Tile around? It's kinda far away. I could go there first because I got screeched. My god, Sharphead is like the embodiment of what I hate in this game. Screech, lost all PP, wow. Screech is crazy too. I went from like taking like 2 damage to 25. What the fuck is that? We cannot attack. Woohoo! Can you sleep? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Ghost mean? They are what makes this game unfun. Yeah, they've Screech and Spite? Yeah, sure, okay. I'm gonna be pissed very quickly, I'm telling you. I was having fun. And then they throw this at me? Oh, nice. Oh. What do you do? Spite, Screech, Curse, Nightshade. Yeah, I mean, Screech itself is already like cancer. I took like 2 damage, and then one Screech, I took 28 damage for a regular hit. So yeah, I'm sure you guys know about that. I'm sure you guys know what Screech can do. Nightshade is kind of okay. It's just like a strong SP attack. Just like that, I lost all my Razor Leaf. I'm very salty about it, by the way. Like, I didn't know it's just gonna do that. Crazy. And then the insomnia, they cannot sleep. Oh, thank God, holy shit. I don't want to play any of my games. I want to play a game. Any of your games? I want to play. Oh, you mean you can choose a game to play? Nightshade does damage to level of Pokemon used on. Oh, so it does 30 damage to me. Gonna dilute that salt? Yeah. I'm actually angry. Okay. I don't know what I want to play, and I look at them all and go, man. But I don't know what kind of game you like, though. Better for diluting salt using milk? I'll take it. I don't know if it's your level or that Pokemon's level. I think it dealt like 20 something damage with Nightshade. It could be their yellow. Yeah, user's level. I don't know what type of game I like either. Oh, that's a tough one. I should give it all to Ankle Biter. Oh my god, looking at that red. Looking at that red. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Nice. At least I can spam Kami and yeah. Eat. Eat the Kami. What? Eat it. Nice. Okay, there's one more. Also, one Screech is like 50% defense loss. Cancer. God damn it. By the way, Tyra, I have news. You're awesome. I guess not now. I'm actually angry at the game. Oh, did I learn a new IQ? I missed that. Oh, quick dodger. Yeah. Nice. Thanks for telling me. I missed that. What's that about rat and not liking? There's no rat. I like rats. Baba Bailey. Baba Bailey. Gobo Q and Angie and I don't know about that. Small Angie. Me Angie, don't talk to me. and then back towards you. I see you found the X-ray specs again. I bought it from the Kecleon store. And then the game is like, hey, you want one more? So I have two now. No, talk me Angie. Yeah. No, talk me Angie. But no, talk me Angie. No, talk me.
Yep.
Take me. It's still such a good quest giver. Take me. DP. That must be Shuppet. Yeah, they flew off the map. One huge man. Quest is so silly. I know, right? It's paid. It's perfect. Oh, question. What is Fortress's type? I actually have no idea. Is it like grass something? Grass steel? Oh, it does nothing. Okay. Grass steel, maybe? Probably. Oh, it's raining on... Okay. Cool. I like. Okay, 3 islands. Buck steel. Oh, okay. Thank you. It's not grass, I'm surprised. So I guess the not effective is because of the steel type. Oh, Shuppet's coming. No, it's not. I see a distinct lack of ghosts and I'm not even gonna complain. Grass more like ass. Breen wants ass. Oh, Shuppets. Is it even worse? Oh, thank God. The skull. Yay. Yes, boop and bing. Water sport? It's not rain dance. It's not rain dance, right? What does water sport even do? Does it like enhance water damage? I say some wild stuff, don't I? Oh my god. What kind of fish is fish? What if it's... Oh man. Oh hey, look, it's I'm getting milk from a few days ago. What does spoil not? Eh? But it's not rain dance, isn't it? Oh. With the sport, lowest fire type moves power. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't have fire type. It's not gonna affect me as much, no? I don't have to deal with ghost type. What the sports like with a jet ski? Jet ski? Huh? Why is it a jet ski? Nah. Oh no. EP. EP ankle biter. Nice. It's kind of like a rain dance but different. 50% less effective fire moves. So it just lowers fire moves damage or like effect, but it doesn't enhance water type damage. So it's like a pseudo rain dance. That is not at all not as strong. Eat bug. Crappy rain dance, yes. Oh, okay. Ninth floor. Oh, actually going pretty fast. The map is not as big and a lot of dead ends. That's not bad. At least there's like one suit. Coughing? Oh my god. We found the cut color. Oh, it's the ghost. I cannot find it here. Go back. Go back. Now, go up. I want to see what you do. I don't think you can sleep. What? What do you do? Nightshade, Do you have Spite or Curse? You're nice. You're nice. That's how cute ghost. Gub. We have Gub and now we need Gub. EP Ghost. I kinda like EP Ghost. It's kinda cute. Dusko is kinda cute. I'll give it EP Ghost. EP G. EP Go. EP Goes. EP Goes. EP Goes. Gup? EP Gup? EP Gup? I want EP Goes. EP Goes. Yes, EP Goes. Is the name EP Goes? Okay, yes, I love that name. EP Goes. Let's go, we're friends now. Not like that shepherd. Actually, what move do you have? Nightshade, Pursuit, Disable, Foresight. Foresight? Resist the boosted evasion. Ghost type can be hit by normal type. Become exposed. I mean, in the mainline game, that just essentially means that normal type and fighting type can fight against ghost type. But maybe it's a little bit different here. Epig. Oh hey, who is that? Lydian. Nice. Oh, one turn. The forbidden one turn sleep. I have none traitor. It should be fine. Nice. Oh, okay. Uh oh. EP goes! No, EP goes! No, EP goes! Wait, EP goes, don't fight! God! You... oh, wait, can I just like... Hey, EP goes, could you maybe like... Get away. Get away. Oh, you can do that. Yeah, come on. Okay, now we can fight. No, don't fight it. I'm gonna leech seed. Alright, you could come back now. Oh, okay. Allies are probably going to be a hindrance here. I feel like it as well, but I cannot just send EP goes home. I hate to say it, but it wasted one of my reviver seed. It's so important though. I gotta eat one kami. Nice. It's afraid of dark type? Oh, Ghost is afraid of dark, right? I forgot. Nice. My level went up. I have 100 HP now. Doesn't help when they have Screech. You know what? I'm not even gonna complain anymore. I don't see Shuppet anymore. So yeah, we're good. That skull is okay. Oh no. Why hell? Oh no. Two items. X-ray spec. Oh, it's in Sony's scope, okay. This is really, really bad. EB Ghost is gonna be such a hindrance here. I don't want to farewell EB Ghost. We need to go. The no sleep glasses. Oh, Altaria! Ow. Oh, it's so cute. I love Altaria. I wonder if I can get Altaria. Soul Rock? Oh, wow, that hurt. Nice. That's so far? Let's do it. Woke up immediately? That castle and it looks like a trap? Can it be a trap? Is there a trap in this game? Ow. Ooh, hey. Gummy. Let's eat grounded gummy. EXP go getter? Oh! When battling several foes, the Pokemon will first target Pokemon that are worth the most EXP points. I don't need that. Yeah, you can throw things. Wait, one more. Did you just get something new just now? Type advantage master. Oh, right. Okay, I don't think you need that. You create the plain seat. Oh yeah. Because someone used the reviver seed. EP goes. Cool. Do you know what the IQ does? Doesn't it like choose which monster to attack based on like the type advantage? Like if there's like several Pokemon in the room, Totodile will go find, or Ankle Biter will go find some, go find the Pokemon that it's weak of or weak against, and attack them. You know? Double check them. Check IQ. Oh, oops. Type advantage bonus. Oh, but Quick Dodger is so good. This is the critical hit good when super effective. My bad. Gain the precious safeguard. Safeguard means no leech seed? Or no... Yeah, okay. So no debuffs whatsoever. There's one more item. What? How'd you even do that? How'd you even do that? Oh. Ching chong ching chong chong. Chaos Green. Oh, the book is like different source. We have Chaos Green. Gonna go and get myself some food. Good luck on your quest. Thank you, Nexus. Have good food, Nexus. Thanks for the lurk. Also, 我讲华语的。我讲华语，我是不是可以骂臭话了呢？Tylra waveform or your barcode now?原来 barcode 是这样来做的，你一直转一个东西转快快，然后 scan 一下，就变成 barcode 了。Detect pen. Boost the Pokemon's evasion. 哦，你给我拿着这个，你不要死就好了。感觉给 EP Ghost 拿着那个东西，他不要死就好了，真的太麻烦了。等一下又吃掉我的 Reviver Seed 啊，又很累。 Purple gummy， 哇，紫色的诶 ，Purple gummy 诶 ，Ghost type Pokemon likes it the best。给鬼 type 呢？给你了，给你了，不要讲没有。等，我人很好的吗？这个没有东西啊，不？啊，接近门了，接近门就好了。哦，哎呦，惨了，真的是。
Emotional damage。
是。太坏了，真的是。哎呦，我这个鬼会不会死掉哎？He learned a new IQ skill. What? You saw it right. EB Girls learn. No, actually, EB Girls 他学到这个 IQ 是 BB 这个。BB 这个。BB Inspector。你们要最好给他 check in 你们的 BB 哦。But then 他。This is very important. It's not dragon type. I don't want to let my PP being inspected by a ghost type. It's not a dragon. 惨了，这样。我还是觉得那个沙拉色很可爱耶。完蛋了！下冰雹，然后那个路全部这样窄窄一条线，没有东西的。哎呀，真的是哦。哦，惨了！啊，真的是惨了。我看这个鬼应该又是会死多一次。很惨呢，真的是哦。接近，什么都不要理，什么都不要理。If only I can understand what she was saying. If only. If only. But it's okay. It's only for about 5 minutes left, I think. 5分钟后，你们又会知道我在讲什么大便呢？我要吃这个。哇，这样空啊！我不发言。哦。哦。那还是 Yip 是比较 universal 的话来的。那 Yip 一下，全部人都会知道。Yip。Ton。
Yep.
Don't I have a plain C? I do, yeah. 忘记我要讲华语了。 耶，你看叶可香了，真的是叶一下，全部人都知道了。其实我觉得这个讲华语，虽然我讲华语是很舒服的，那我现在讲华语没有人懂，可是还是还蛮舒服的呢。可是就是我觉得，可能9分钟太久了哦。就其实感觉9分钟是有点久啊。可能可以换成5分钟的，反正3000块也是有点贵呀。要快就要丢东西了。哎呀，这些全部是钱呢，我又不想不要拿他们哦。我的 belly 很好哎，怎么说呢？哦。No need to speak Chinese anymore. I was wondering if I should change the cost of the speak Chinese to 2,000 instead, and then instead I'll speak for 5 minutes because I feel like 9 minutes might be a tad bit too long. It might be a tad bit too long. Oh, hi Tikaka. Hello couple. Hope Tikaka is doing heckin' wonderful. Triple speed? Wow. Nice, thank you. It is 2,000 points. And also 8 minutes. Oh, wow, I don't even know my own routine. I should probably like switch it to like 6 to 5 minutes, I think. Because like it's nice for me to speak Chinese. I feel great. Because it's like more comfortable speaking it. But also at the same time, you guys will not be able to understand me for like 8 minutes. Just might be a little bit too long in my very opinion. But we'll see. I might change it. How's it going? It's going pretty well. A little bit hungry too. But I'm good. I hope Tikaka is good too. That's how I do my snake talk reading. Though at least people can understand me, not so much a language barrier. Is your snake talk like you have a lot of oh, I need to redeem that and see it. Bring snake talk. What? Give it back. Everything snatch, sniff, snend. Oh, everything starts with S. Oh, snoo. Love that. What is this? Oh, it's such a wonderful idea too. Oh my god. Eat kami.
SN everything snart snit snan SN.
People love it for whatever reason. I love it too. It's great. I mean, it's... I like it. I like it. Bro. Silver Spike. I'm using Iron Thorn. Yeah, these are all like money stuff. Huh?
Snee, snits nor SNRedly neighborhood SN Reenland snare.
Oh, hi again, Brian. Baba Belly. Yay. May not be the biggest Baba Belly. 115? Oh! I like 150 belly. Oh, did I eat huge apple at the start? I don't remember. Oh, wow. The biggest belly. Amangan. Belly saw. Belly saw. Belly saw. I'm actually just gonna use one max elixir. Oh, who are you? Dustclops. You are kinda scary. Don't think you sleep. Do you have pressure? Oh, you do have pressure. Wow. Nice. Belly saw. We love belly saw. The evolved version of EP Ghost. Oh! Oh, Duskow and then Dusk Noir? Or Dustclops? Who's Dusk Noir? Is that God of War? I don't know. I think Dusk Noir is a Pokemon. EP Bug. Oh, Ghost type can cut corners? That's kinda cool. No. I'm so glad I used a fucking Max Elixir. Okay, let's fight. Ooh, they hurt. What? No one told me agility affects everyone in the room. Oh, that's bullshit. Oh no. Yeah, miss everything now. Cool. Double speed on everyone. There's no way. No one told me agility affects everyone. What kind of game? Wow, okay. Alright, it's okay. I got this. I think. Woke up immediately, okay. Alright, do it again. They're sleeping at the sleep of the speed of sound. I'm gonna cry. How are they waking up after one turn? The game is actively trying to make me sad. Miss. Oh boy. Oh no. Answer. I need to kill Sizzle first. Even Ankle Biter is confused? That works. This massage is so bad, all the team to flee and back out. I think not yet, I think it's okay. I don't know if this would cause... it was directly aimed at... Okay, good. I guess non-tracer still works? Nice. One turn sleep. One turn sleep. One turn sleep. One turn sleep. No way! One turn sleep for everyone? Jesus. Oh, yep. Yeah, 5 times? Yep, 5 times. We love that. This game is actively making me pissed. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to spoil the seat now after what happened. Am I recovered from... Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, let's heal again. Everyone is just one turn sleep. I can tank. I have leech seed, 2 of them, I think. I don't want to let any of my teammate come up. They don't have any means to heal. Oh. I also love how that bullet seed is just like never 5 times in this entire run. And then when I used it on ankle biter, 5 times, all hit, 1 miss. Good game. Like seriously. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I have no more orange berry, right? So I can only hope that I don't attack them? Yeah. Game's good. Well, that was cancerous. No orange berry? Yeah, no more orange berry. Eep? Huh? Anklepine had their guard down against a friend. Well, yeah, but it's also nice when a bullet seed 2 to 5 turns. This entire run, and never a 5 hit. This entire cloud area, never a 5 hit, missed 60% of the time. Oh, and then 5 times against someone who's afraid of it. On confusion. 1 out of 9 chance. 1 out of chance. I don't understand this game sometimes. I would say I'm lucky, I guess, but man, that pissed me off. There goes my Reviver Seed, I guess. Also, hi Tingte. Ski shoot, please not now. I'm actually angry. I get it's skill issue, but maybe not now, thank you. Wait, there's no more. Okay, there's no more. I can just leave. Hey, and I can just leave. There's no more item. Fucking oh no! The thing is, even worse is that agility, agility affects every single one in the room. Oh wow! That really sets off me. That really sets me off. Oh yeah, pressure. Pressure is not too much of a big deal. It's not this RNG issue. I mean, looks like it. But then again, it might just be me actually having skill issue. Oh yeah, pressure. I thought it's too much. Dear Spike? The triple speed agility AoE was top new. If your agility would it do your whole team? They better do. Oh yeah, one item over there. I should be playing with Phenomorph like this. I keep forgetting about pressure. Yeah, I guess we're on our way to floor 40. Cannot believe it. Like, the game was fun throughout the whole game. And then suddenly throws so many bullshit at me at the same time. I'll be fine. Oh. I'm not walking down. Flygon? Oh, we're dead. When Always is confused like this and then Flygon comes here. Then again, it's like 1 out of 9 chance to hit. More dragons? Hell yeah. Nice. Barely looking good. Gold ribbon. Tylra is true the dragoniest dragon on Gentry? Yeah. On Gentry, Altaria is definitely one of my favorite Pokemon. Nice. Yeah, looks like Totodile is not getting much stats now. Okay. What? Even Aerodactyl? Pressure, of course you have pressure. You are a pseudo legendary. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. Very, very tanky. I'm dead. Yeah. I forgot. Oh, Aerodactyl. Of course I have wing attack. This is me being stupid. Using a distract card? Nah, it's all good. We can try again. It's just bad. It's just bad RNG throughout the whole entire game. It's alright. We can always try again. But not today. I'm hungry and I'm not in a good mood currently. Even when we do this, this falling star is coming closer and closer. The Sky Tower is one harsh place. It is, with all the bullshit. Everyone having agility? Fuck yeah. You even at agility. I lost my X-ray specs. X-ray specs and everything. No. Oh, hey. Yeah, everything is gone. It's alright. It's only normal. Agility supersonic fun place. Agility... Agility is not supposed to affect everyone. That's what's stupid about it. And supersonic being... I mean... Being 9... Okay, so there's like 8 different spaces you can hit. 7 out of 1, 1 out of 7 chance that you can hit the thing is actually very strong. Never really take that into consideration. But now I do, yeah. Like, it's really just the bullet seed. It's really just the fucking bullet seed that just kills. 5 times kills the ankle biter straight up outright. Oh my god. That... I really cannot accept that. It's so stupid. Oh, do you have huge apple? Nice. Still love huge apple. Should probably go store all my money. Item-wise just now, it was like okay, I feel like. Yeah, item-wise it was okay. Like 2 or 3 huge apple, 2 mixed elixir, I mean, Tree Reviver Seed is just like some dumb stuff happened and then it died. Then again, it is the nature of roguelike games, I guess. So yeah, I'll be mad, but not too long. It's okay. I can always come back and do it again. So it's not too much of a big deal. At least I still have some extra Reviver Seed. Please said, cheer me up. Huh? I mean, Merp is a heckin' good roller and a heckin' adorable kobold. To me, anyway. Right? I don't know. Until Tylra likes Merp a lot. Although Tylra might be upset now, but... but I still mean it. I still mean it. In Persian, in German, it's Schnobliket. Schnobliket? Merp is one of the best shotgun shooting balls I ever did see. Oh yeah, I give Merp a shotgun. Only good stuff will happen, guaranteed. So 3 huge apple, 2 max elixir. Again, I'm not gonna take. I want to take rocks though, just because I like rocks so much. See, I feel like Orange Berry is only on emergency because I have Leech Seed that I can heal. And Orange Berry is usually for Ankle Biter. When Ankle Biter is like suddenly fighting something and I have to like go support, I'll throw an Orange Berry at them. But Ankle Biter is also really strong. And I died to an Aerodactyl because I didn't know Aerodactyl has so much health, so... I totally underestimated Aerodactyl, which I shouldn't have done. I think it's just, you know, towards the end, dying to Aerodactyl is pretty much just a skill issue. 3 apple, 3 reviver seed, and then a bunch of things I can throw. 2 max elixir, and 2, I think 3 orange berry. I'm just gonna take one more orange berry out. There's no berry that can cure confusion in this game, right? I know there's like a berry for it, but is it pepper? No, it's not pepper. It's L something. I don't remember. It's introduced in Gentry. Heal seed, maybe? Oh, you're right. A heals all status problem. You're so right. How much can I use it? I'll use it in a emergency. I only have 1 heal seed, but I think the Kecleons are selling them. Yeah, I cannot underestimate Supersonic. Confusion is one hell of a way that can destroy the whole team. Oh, they're very expensive though. 250 for one. Let's make some preparation so then next time when I open it, I can just go there. Okay, 3 orange berry, 2 max elixir, 3 vivara seed, 3 huge apple, 2 heal seed, a bunch of throwables. Sounds good. Just gonna be careful how I play the game next time. Best I can do is not recruit any friends over there for now anyway. I mean, they're ghost types, they're not even dragon types, so I could just ignore them. But I'll save here. On Thursday I come back and I can just continue this one. I feel like this is the last one and then nothing else afterwards, so it might be a short stream on Thursday. I don't know if this ends too quickly, or am I like mega giga brain that I can just like go through the tower in one go, then I can think of doing something else, right? But for now, I'll stop here. Man, that last few interactions broke me. Shit, that was terrible. Yeah, everything looks good. Gosh, I'm pretty hungry. Here, let me go here. Oh my god, it's so quiet. It's too quiet. I don't want it. I don't like. Yeah. This is good music. Oh, I did mention that I want to rate Ryuki, right? I guess we could rate Ryuki today. Ryuki's streaming currently. We can rate Ryuki. Let me just... Is Ryuki still, like... Oh, okay, I thought... because I remember seeing Ryuki still streaming it around like 1 AM or something. And then I thought like... Maybe Ryuki is doing like a whole... Like, very, very long stream or something. Scared me a little bit. But yeah, they're just streaming for about 3 hours, so we good. Okay. So we'll be rating Ryuki, and I'm most likely gonna go get some food and sleep. I'm gonna sleep. Whew. But before that, I need to summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Good night, sweet Baba Yip. Baba Yip will sleep good because there's God of War that will say au revoir when she leaves. Discord? Oh yeah, I do have a Discord. I'll usually announce my stream stuff over there, like if there's a delay. But I haven't been doing a secret stream lately just because during Tuesday and Wednesday I cannot do it as much as I did a few years back anymore. As much as I want to do it, right? As much as I want to do like a secret stream on Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't think I can do it anytime soon, just because tired. Like after looking at the grocery store, like taking care of it, and then come back. I was like, nah, I just want bed, or maybe just want to look at the computer and play games instead. So yeah, that's why I've not been doing a lot of secret stream these days, or these years. So yeah, I'll probably just not do secret stream at all for now, for like for an indefinite time, I feel like. But yeah, at least I'll stick to Thursday to Monday, definitely, because it's the days where I have fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, even though I had an outburst just now, honestly, I'm still having fun with the game. Like, I really do love roguelike games like that. And the loots and stuff, right? I know I get mad at games like pretty frequently, I feel like. So sorry about the outburst. I mean, at least it doesn't last long because I realize it's a roguelike game. It's the game element, you know, the uncertainty. It happens, right? Shit happens. You never know. I never know. So yeah, next time we can try again. Maybe we could be stronger or something? Maybe actually retreat? Retreat when I can, you know? Maybe. I don't know. I can always try something else. But sometimes I'm just too like stubborn. I just want to butt head straight up with something that I might be able to win. If I see even like a sliver, like even a sliver of chance that I can win against that encounter, or if anything in general, that thing looks tough. But if I see a small chance, I will go for it. That's kind of my vibe. I'm very stubborn. Yeah, I'm actually very stubborn. Thanks for pen. He never really struck me as having a bad temper, but I don't know. I feel like, you know, after yesterday and then today, kinda got mad 2 days in a row. I mean, yesterday is because of the connection problem with Dragunov matchup, and because of the very demanding execution plus bad connection, just kinda out of my control. It kinda sets me off again. Like I mentioned yesterday, if it's something that's out of my control that I cannot like grab hold of, like something yeah, like yesterday's connection problem, it's not something that I can just be like make the connection better and then the fight will go smoother. I cannot do that, right? So it's something that's out of my control, but it's messing me up. That's something that I really don't like, and my brain would just be actually like sets off really quickly when it comes to something like that. So it is also kind of scary when I play roguelike games like this, because roguelike games is all about me having no control to a certain extent. Why am I so laggy? I don't know why I'm so laggy. I'm not opening up anything. But yeah, to a certain extent, I have no control over the game a little bit. You know, it's the essence of a roguelike game. So yeah, it's not too bad. A little bit of outburst, but at least now I'm feeling a lot better now. Why am I so laggy? What's going on? I don't know. That sounds like autism. Maybe? I don't know. I'm undiagnosed. I have no idea if I have any of these like ADHD, but I just really suspect that I do. with the things that I feel sometimes, and then the things that I've done, or like I haven't done. Actually haven't done. I just suspect it, but I never really like got to diagnose, like went to a mental health care place, just because I actually don't know if there's one in Miri. It would be called like a therapy clinic? Question mark? Right? Maybe I should take a look. Probably. I should. Yeah, I should. I should do a bit of a research about that. But yeah, that's personal stuff. I don't know. But for now, let me... Oh, what are you gonna read again? Ryuki, of course. We're gonna steal the Chinese, because why not? Ryuki shiny is ours, alright? So that's a rate message, but I think... yeah, it's all good. If you guys want to use your own emote, it's totally fine, right? And let me type in the rate to... I should just copy and paste the name. There, okay. And then copy this again. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get some food. Probably because I get angry so easily, it's because I'm hungry as well. Look, hunger does wonders to someone sometimes. They get angry really quickly. You know, hangry. Hangry is a thing. Probably. I don't know. But hey. Before you go, can we get a wag wag? The fur is like breaking. Sorry about that. Haven't fixed that yet. Actually, I don't know how to fix it. I put it as the same mesh, but it just do that every time. But yeah, a little wag wag. I can't even do up down wag wag. I kinda like it. Like if only that fur is not broken, that would be nice. But yeah, I don't know how to fix it. I actually tried. Oh, thing is, I actually tried multiple times trying to fix the broken fur. But actually, if you see it behind me, at the spine area has like the fluff as well. They are also not attached to. Yeah, they're also not attached. Yeah, it's okay. Hi, Roxas. Get foobs? I will. I'm gonna go get food now. So, before the raid, I want to say, yeah. I want to say, thank y'all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter a lot. Right? Really appreciate all of you. Thank y'all so much. And also, I forgot what I wanted to say, but here comes the raid to Ryuki. Bah. I guess hunger does mess with my brain. I don't even know what I want to say anymore. But yeah, as always, Tuesday and Wednesday, no stream. Need to go work at grocery store for money. At least to sustain myself so that I can keep doing this, right? So, but of course, like, don't worry. You guys being here, you know, going through the ad and also sub to me, all the donations and stuff is really helping me, being able to keep doing this. So, yeah. Thanks, G. You want to say you're cute? Nah, not now. I had a angry outburst. Nah, not now anyway. But yeah, Thursday maybe we could finish the game. I actually don't know if there's more after this, or is there like a post game content? I don't know. But yeah, I'll come back Thursday and maybe finish up that dungeon. So take care, everyone. Mwah. See you guys on Thursday. Take care. Bye bye. Love y'all. Post game content, a massive orgy. Bye bye.